roll your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same till conviction in a fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den, bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying age, you're in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 First round, fifth round, final round. Oh, yeah. First round, fifth round, final round. No, 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 no. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to In Time. The federal government is cutting the Colorado River allocation to Arizona and Nevada by 21% in an attempt to conserve water and protect dams and electrical generators from damage. The U.S. Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled that the Americans with Disabilities Act protects transgender people, and trans people must be afforded all accommodations, medical interventions, and cannot be unduly targeted in accordance with that act. Citing reports that Rudy Giuliani has been notified that he is the target of a criminal probe, Frank dear Lord, they know I'm dyslexic. They pick these names just to screw with me. 𝐒𝐤𝐦𝐚𝐫. Gesundheit. A former FBI Assistant Director for Counterintelligence predicts criminal charges against Rudy Giuliani are, quote, imminent in the Georgia investigation into Trump's interference in the 2020 presidential election. And speaking on Fox News, Donald Trump said, quote, the temperature has to be brought down in this country. If it isn't, something terrible is going to... Donald Trump said that? What? Did we fact check this before going live? He said that. He said that. Sorry, I just assumed I was having a stroke. Okay, I guess he really did say that. Now, obviously, a lot's going on in this country, and it is really our time here at In Time to shine. and to do regular rundowns and cover all of this. We also had scheduled for tonight the show with 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐤 on the fair tax, which, truth be told, he'd been telling me about it. I've heard about it on occasion. I didn't really know anything about it. And I keep hearing it's this marvelous thing, and it seems like it's got to be oversimplified. I've been really enjoying what I've been learning about it, and I think it's going to be a spectacular show. That has now been preempted twice. That is scheduled for tomorrow, and at some point we're going to have to do a rundown. However, on Thursday, which has sort of been our normal rundown days, we've got off time with Commander McMillan. So there is a lot going on. But the primaries tonight are important for a couple of reasons, but two of the biggies. The first is Liz Cheney is facing her primary against, her Republican. The Republican primaries. If she loses this, she will not be in on the ballot in November. So tonight is D-Day for her in regards to her continuing to be in Congress. I'll be frank, the expectation. Last we heard, she was down 22 points. Have people actually won when they've been down by that amount? Yes. It's virtually unheard of. It's happened. But the expectation here is she's not going to make it. But I think given that she has sacrificed so much to do what we believe is a very thorough job on the January 6th committee, we felt that we would be broadcasting live as she handles her primaries. The other one, and a trigger warning for some of you, I have to say this, Congressman Sarah Palin. Sarah Palin is running tonight. We're going to cover exactly what that means. It means more than you think. And we're going to be covering that tonight. We have a couple of people we are expecting to join us. But in the meantime, as I said before, indeed, Donald Trump has called for toning down the rhetoric. I think that's spectacular. I think that's great. Obviously, once he called for that, conservatives came out. The standard bearer has spoken, and they have decided that they're going to stop saying that this was a politically motivated persecution of Trump. And obviously now we can proceed with rational. I'm just kidding. Welcome to Int.
Edge of something unprecedented and something awful. You could feel it. Even Donald Trump feels it. Maybe for the first time in his life, Donald Trump seems sincerely interested in lowering the temperature, not just for his own sake, but for the country's. He said that. He's never said anything like that. Maybe he doesn't mean it, but when has he ever said that? Let's all calm down a little, he said the other day. This isn't good. Yeah, he's right. It's not good. And not just for him, for all of us. This could get very bad, very fast. And the Biden people know that perfectly well. They know what could happen if they continue down this path of using law enforcement to cling to power. But they don't care because they're facing a repudiation from voters and they're desperate and they'll do anything. But at what cost? Pray they pull back before it's too late.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone, to In Time. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Reverend Doctor. Sorry, it should be Dr. Reverend, but at any rate, Christopher Mounty, thank you for joining us. How are you doing, sir? Oh, you're muted? You are muted, so.
I'm doing quite well.
Oh, good.
I say politely.
We're off. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, yes. Well, it's always good to declare things politely. Yeah. Well, and yeah.
Reverend Doctor is the appropriate order.
Is it? Okay. Well, and then Esquire Jr., but we don't have the space for the tag.
Reverend and Doctor are actually appropriate. I'm ordained, and I paid the extra $50 to get a doctorate in divinity.
Yeah, well, I know, but I think it's Dr. Reverend. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to be like, okay, it doesn't.
It's the Reverend Doctor. Like, you never heard gospel people get introduced. The Reverend Doctor Al Sharpton.
Oh my God, he's got a doctorate. I had no idea. Okay.
I bet he does.
Oh, dear Lord. And with us tonight, too, is Xandring. Xandring, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm always doing okay.
You're always okay. Yeah, well, that's what makes you the stable rock of the show. You're always just like, boom, right there. Yeah, and then the whole Donald Trump thing. I mean, oh, dear Lord. I was going to say that he was speaking as an authoritarian, but I realized that no, he's never spoken authoritatively on anything in his life. But oh, come on, Howdy. Never mind. That was another one just for you, but fine. Oh, you're muted again.
I heard you. Authoritative. I'm smelling what you're selling.
Okay. So, so the biggie that I think hasn't been talked about, and we're going to say it, and we're gonna check in. We've got the all of the polling data right here. It's updated live. It's going to be exit polls and estimations. Last we heard, Liz Cheney was down 22 points. It's virtually unheard of for somebody to recover from that. It has happened, but. We'll see. The other interesting race tonight is Sarah Palin in Alaska, and the reason that's interesting is because they actually have to have two. They have two in regards to the representative. They've got two positions that need to be filled. The first is. What you would normally have at this time is they're going to vote for a representative. They could vote the incumbent back in, or they could vote a new one. So that regular election is happening, and whoever wins that will come in November. The problem is that their representative passed away, and so in the interim, there has to be a special election to fill that seat only up through November. Sarah Palin is on the ballot in both of those. So there is a possibility, those of you who go to bed tonight will wake up with, in the congressional history books, Sarah Palin as the representative from Alaska. She may win that. She may lose that. Whether she wins or loses that, she may or may not win the official seat starting in November. So she's on the ballot twice to be the representative from Alaska, and we will follow that. But if she wins the interim appointment, then she is going to be almost immediately the new representative from Alaska. Wow.
Yeah, I should have paid attention to that a little earlier so I could put out the message to all Alaskans. Like, think clearly and carefully, because this is the only representative you guys have. So make wise choices. Yeah,
well, and my understanding is that there is a lot of anger still about the fact that she was only a half-term governor. A lot of people like to make fun of that. I like to make fun of that. What's his name? Bill Maher likes to give her a hard time for that, and I think rightly so. She talks about all her experience. Her experience is governor for half a term. And she left when she saw vice president to a guy who looked old enough to be that maybe he wasn't going to make it through his full term. She was eyeing other prospects, and Alaskans are fully aware of that. Having said that, actually, the last poll that I saw had her actually in front for both of those. So that's going to be a good one. I may be on the wrong side of our esteemed panel. I do think Cheney is going to lose. I think Palin is going to win at least one of those, if not both. You'd think you should win one, should win both. Anyone who's going to vote for her for one, why not vote both? Maybe somebody's going to sit there and say, well, I want her to be our representative, but you know what? I want her to start in November. Let's let somebody else finish out the old term. I don't know why they'd do that, but that's certainly a possibility. They also have a ranked choice over there, and ranked choice is, I think, actually, it's a brilliant system. I wish we were doing more of that ourselves. Ranked choice is simply you say, this is my first preference, my second preference, my third preference. If nobody gets the majority of this is my first preference, if nobody gets that, then what they do is they eliminate the ones off the bottom, and whoever you had as your second preference now becomes your first preference. And in that way, and that avoids the situations of splitting the vote and getting someone who actually is not liked by the majority but is liked by the plurality, getting that kind of situation, which we've all seen a large number of times. So it's supposed to avoid that. That I've seen, it's a superior voting system. They're going to be using that, so we will see what happens. In the meantime, like I said, I mean, there's a couple of other biggies. It looks like Giuliani is going to be indicted any day. That's the thinking. He's been notified that he's the target of a probe in Georgia. And I think justly so. I think the evidence against Trump is stronger. So if they're going after Giuliani, it's hard to imagine Georgia is not going to start a criminal probe on Trump because they got more evidence on Trump. But at any rate, he's been notified that he's the target of the probe. He's not a person of interest. Yeah, well, that's
going to be flippy.
Do you? I agree. That's the goal. You think it's going to work?
The only way that Trump would be able to keep in his pocket people from flipping is if he had deep enough connections and or pockets, Saudi Arabia, to guarantee, like, hey, on the front end, do the time. And when you come out and while you're in there, your family's covered and you will live a comfortable life. Don't flip on me. Take the fifth, take the hit, and you'll live comfortably.
The mafioso.
Does he have that influence? I don't know. Jared Kushner got $2 billion from Saudi Arabia for some reason.
Yes. And that's been heating up a lot, too, which is what's been going on with our nuclear secrets, Saudi Arabia, Jared Kushner, and Michael Flynn. So,
yeah. Mike Westby's in the side chat. 𝐒𝐤𝐦𝐚𝐫.
And Westby, speaking of, $5 super chat just got here. Don't care that it's not Trump's downfall in real time. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate it. And I just heard somebody else pop in the room, but I had my thing. There we go. So Ethan is joining us. Let me get a camera for him, but he is now live with us. Ethan, how you doing? Yeah, right. I can't hear a thing he's saying.
It's a mystery.
Yeah. It's a.
While you figure out the audio issues, a quick thing on Alaska.
Yes.
The interesting thing is they're holding both a special election and a primary, so at the same time, and Palin is running in the primary for the Republican Party, and she's running in the special election. Whoever wins the special election gets to go tomorrow, essentially, to D.C. to be Alaska's representative. And then the results of the primary will carry on to the general election in November, and then whoever wins the general election will end up taking the seat in January. So you could have a very realistic possibility of people saying, hey, we'll elect Palin for the general or for the special election, and see if she ducks out on that responsibility like she did on her governorship. And we have another election coming up in general election coming up in November. So, if she does a decent job and we like her, then we can vote for her then. So she could win her primary election, but not necessarily win the general.
Well,
and
okay, I see what you're saying. That's a really good point. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they could. It's kind of like the perfect test run. Well, we'll give you a test run, see how you do, and see if you're ready to bounce out or any of that kind of stuff at the end of it. So I mean, she may or may not win. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I really thought she was done. It's amazing. I mean, the next thing we're going to be looking at is Michelle Bachmann coming back. I mean, which I think she should be disqualified. I mean, she predicted that Obama was going to bring about the end of days. She honestly said that. She honestly meant it. It didn't happen. I think she should be done. But, oh dear Lord. So,
those were the days.
Oh God.
Rachel Maddow would on a weekly basis just lambast Michelle Bachmann because of the crazy things that she would say on a weekly basis.
And then a $2 super chat from Sinister Porpoise. Oh Jesus, I can't make that out. My eyes must be no, I can't make out that super chat. No, I can't make it out. It's just the
that's fine. That's why you have the rest of us as support. We can help you out here. It says, I'm loving Mowdy's new co-hosts. Increase sub pay.
I couldn't reach the mute fast enough. I should have.
It's a family show. It's a family show, for Christ's sake.
Okay. Speaking of,
shut up.
Okay, so we have there was the other thing I wanted to talk about. So I really would like to talk about the what's been going on with Ed. I'd like to hear, because you have been following someone, Mowdy, on the who's been saying a couple of things that smack to me of snark in regards to Trump's defenses, plural, to having those documents in Mar-a-Lago. Could you tell us a little bit about who you're following and what he's been saying on the topic?
So if people are watching this show right now, if you are in-time fans, and I know you are, how many people are watching? 20-ish people of yous? Anywho, you like the news, you like politics, you like commentary, you have to know who David Pakman is. And if you don't, check him out. Pakman with a K, P-A-K-M-A-N. Pakman, or as Jesse Lee Walters called him, Pakman. So he's a news host. He has his own, the David Pakman show, commentary, this and that. And Twitter, of course, he's got his whole team. But he's doing this weird thing where he's mishmashing all of the defenses that Trump and Trumpians have been using. So he's like, listen, of course, the FBI should give back the documents where it's not a big deal because they've been declassified, but they planted them. So I want back the documents that they planted because they're unclassified. It's not a big deal. That's it. It's not a big deal. So he's just putting out tweet after tweet after tweet that are these word salads. I mean, vamp for 1 second and I'll find one.
Okay, find one. The other thing that we've got is, Mike Pillow's already back in the news, the pillow guy, Mike Lindell, the pillow guy.
That's what David Pakman calls him, Mike Pillow.
That's what he called. Okay, I did. Yeah. So Lindell is all of a sudden back, and Lindell is. They're all. I mean, this is starting. It feels like it's starting to come down rapidly. We'll see. Somebody had said that this is a lot like a bankruptcy, which is it's real slow at first, and then all of a sudden it's over. And I think
that's the definition of how do you go broke? Slowly at first, and then all of a sudden.
Oh, yep. All
right. So real quick. Here are a couple from yesterday or 2 days ago. David Pakman, his Twitter account. Trump is now calling for the documents which were planted by the FBI, which he did not take to be returned to him. So great. And one more real quick. Even if it were true that Donald Trump did correctly declassify all of these documents, it would still raise huge red flags as to why he was declassifying so many documents that he planned to keep at his house. It's fantastic. The FBI is so stupid, planting documents at Mar-a-Lago that Trump had already declassified by default because he took them home, but then returned them, and then they were replanted at Mar-a-Lago by the FBI. He's killing it, man. He was slaying me just a couple of days. I was telling Nick about these tweets, so you got to check it out, man.
All right.
Well, listen.
Yep. Oh, there's Ethan. How are you?
Yeah, excuse me, I'm talking. So I'm over here having some crudité, and I was wondering, Mouty, when you have crudité, I'm sure you have tequila along with your crudité, right?
Let me explain something to you as a resident of the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay. I'm just having my crudité, but please go ahead.
If you don't know that you can't get liquor at a grocery store in Pennsylvania, you're not from Pennsylvania. If you think that you're appealing to the average Pennsylvanian by explaining how you assemble your crudité, you've lost your mind. The grocery store that he was at tweeted, like, didn't you know that in the in the produce section we had a vegetable platter, and with guacamole it was just $2 more. It was just like,
yeah. So
they called him out on everything.
Obviously, I don't know if you guys are new, but Dr. Oz is being demolished right now. The newest numbers have him down around 16 points to John Fetterman.
Yes.
And have Mastriano down about 14 points to Shapiro.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yes. So the reason that I bring this up is not just to gloat.
Gloat too.
The reason that I bring it up is because it's very different from the two races we're talking about tonight. It's very much flipped. Cheney is going to lose tonight. She's going to lose big. Palin could pull this out. It's going to be close. I don't know that we'll know. I mean, I think we're supposed to go off the air at midnight. I don't know that we're going to know by midnight whether or not what the result is of that race in Alaska. We may. I could be reading it totally wrong. But the big news today, and I'm bringing all this up. Okay, I promise I'm coming back around. Big news today is the passing of the Inflation Reduction Act. Doesn't matter if you like the Inflation Reduction Act or if you hate the Inflation Reduction Act. It is fundamentally one of the most comprehensive pieces of legislation passed by Congress, probably since the Clean Air Act. Okay? I've been going back trying to find when was the last progressive piece of legislation that passed on this scale. Probably the Clean Air Act, okay, which was I believe it was 86. Someone can fact check me on that. And that not just it's progressive, because arguably the Affordable Care Act was more progressive, but this is very comprehensive. This affects energy, it affects healthcare, it's going to affect food, it's going to affect large swaths of the economy. Okay? And what Dr. Oz's point is that things are expensive and it's the Democrats' fault. And he would have been well better off literally just sitting in front of a camera and saying, things are more expensive and it's Joe Biden's fault. Vote for me. That would have been very effective.
But he had to be performative.
But he had to do this performative thing. And you know what? He'd have been right, because inflation is up. The celebration this month wasn't that inflation is down or rolling over. It's that inflation was at 0%. That was the celebration this month. And I'm happy about it. We're all happy about it. Gas prices are down for 63 days in a row. Average price of gas in the United States is under $4 a gallon. Great news. But the truth of the matter is that the Democrats have a problem in November. And it's that it's the economy, stupid. And while the Inflation Reduction Act is great, it's going to be great for my business and my clients. And for those that don't know, I'm a licensed health and Medicare agent. So 80% of my clients are 55 and over. About 72% of my clients are 65 and over. So the stuff for prescription drugs and Medicare is literally good for me and my business. Like it literally benefits me. So I'm exceedingly happy about the Inflation Reduction Act. But it's not going to kick in this year. It's not going to kick in right away, and it is not going to do anything to lower inflation between now and November. What is going to continue lowering inflation is that gas prices continue to crash. That's good news for the Democrats, but I believe that inflation is still going to be a problem, and I believe that the Republicans are still going to be able to push that issue in November. No, I'm almost done. Now, tonight's races aren't really an inflation thing. Tonight's races are an ideological thing. Liz Cheney stood up to Donald Trump. Most conservatives don't like that. Sarah Palin, I'm going to say your name wrong. 𝐒𝐤𝐬𝐚𝐫 was saying Sarah Palin was pretty much a lame duck governor who became governor and then decided she wanted to be president the next afternoon, and went jet skiing with her family and stuff. So she's not popular among the wider Republican electorate, but she's still very popular in Alaska, given her background. But the things that are going to affect the elections in November are not really affecting the elections tonight. This is about ideology more than the economy, which we don't get to see that very often in elections. And now I'm done.
Joe, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm all right. I'll just say I'm not sure. I don't know who was speaking just a minute ago.
This is God.
That's Ethan Prolib. He only thinks he's God, but yeah.
He's God.
Well, I don't disagree really with anything that Ethan said. The thing that bothers me about the truth of it is that, the inflation issue is a global problem, right? And it has nothing to do with this administration or the last one, quite frankly. Not seriously anyway. This is still follow-on effects from the COVID shutdown, and now so a combination of after effects of that plus just flat out gouging. The thing is, like with oil, and I was looking, I saw some right-wing politician talking about drilling and if we only drilled more. And of course, the problem isn't a matter of it's not the supply of oil that's an issue. It's the distillation capacity, the refining capacity. There's still refineries that are idled or are not working at full capacity that really could be at full capacity now, or certainly could be ramping up. So drilling will do nothing. It's like we can't put oil directly into our cars. We need a refined product, and so if you can't convert the oil into gasoline and the other byproducts, drilling more does absolutely jack dick. But it sounds good because most people don't understand the difference.
Yeah. President Biden doesn't have a knob on his desk that controls gas prices. Right. And he doesn't have a switch on his desk that turns on and off refineries. Right. For those that don't know, I live up in the mountains in North Carolina, and it's snowy and icy here. I ordered a new vehicle today. The vehicle I ordered was an F-150 hybrid. If one of my neighbors gets stuck in a snowdrift, you bet your ass I want 200 pound-feet of extra torque from an electric motor that's going to help me get them out.
Right.
Or get up the side of a mountain when it's icy. And I could have chosen, well, they don't have the diesel anymore, unfortunately, but I could have chosen a V8. I could have chosen a V6 without a hybrid. I could have chosen a hybrid. And I chose the hybrid, not really to make a political statement, because it's what made the most sense to me. I would love to drive an electric car. Electric cars have unparalleled horsepower and torque. There's actually a lot of people in the car community now that want to redo the way that we talk about horsepower, because electric motors have so much more horsepower. The new Hummer EVs have like 900 horsepower. I mean, it's becoming ridiculous. But the problem that we're going to have with electrical infrastructure is twofold. It's lithium mining, because we got to mine for more lithium for the batteries unless we figure out other battery technology. And electricity. We've got to generate more electricity, and we can't do a trade-off. Because if I trade in my vehicle for an electric vehicle, but all of my electricity is coming from burning coal, am I really helping anything?
That's an issue, although, generally speaking, I mean, well, coal accepted, and coal is not a fairly small part of of what's producing in the grid. But generally speaking, single point sources are a lot easier to control for emissions than
Oh, absolutely.
Millions of cars.
No. Right, but I'm making a point that the reason that I like the Inflation Reduction Act is that it's going to prove to the American people that progressive policies work economically.
Sure.
They always have. They always will. The trickle-down economic theory that we've been stuck in since 1982 doesn't work. It's not. It doesn't help me as a middle-class person to have more sustainable income if we have a bunch of Elon Musks running around hoarding up all of the money.
Right.
Okay.
Well, not only does it not work, it can't actually work.
Right. It's non-sustainable.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's also based on kind of very faulty principles.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of going to cut taxes and it's going to produce growth, that might help if taxes are really, really high, right?
Sure. And if growth is infinite.
And growth is infinite. But the problem is that just say, okay, I'm a business owner. You're a business owner. If someone cuts my taxes in half, so I've got more cash, is that going to make me hire more people? No. Demand is going to make me hire more people.
Right.
Because we have a demand economy. More money in the spending classes is actually what's going to generate more wealth. It's going to generate more demand. So if the spending classes have more money, rather than concentrating the wealth in like 400 families.
Right.
Is more economic, because that's the thing. That's the thing that's kind of bizarre to me, to the right, about the right wing, is because they all think they're capitalists and they have no idea how capitalism actually works. Even to the degree that it does, it's dependent on the flow of money. It's that value added. So somebody gets a raw material and they perform work on it, and now it's more value, and then they do this and do that. And if the money is stagnant, if the money doesn't flow, there's no growth. There's no economic growth. So hoarding the money in the top of, like you said, the Elon Musk of the world is actually deleterious to capitalism.
Right. Correct. And it's proven in a small business like mine. I'm the only employee. I don't have any other employees right now. What you said was perfect. Like, if I hired somebody else right now, how would that help my ROI,
right,
my return on investment? It wouldn't right now, because of the type of business I run and the way that I'm on contracts with a couple of different carriers that send me the people that they already have, and I help them sign up for Medicare the next year. That's most of my business, is people that are already with United Healthcare or with different carriers that they just need to sign up for the next year. I bring them in, I help them choose a plan, and then I get paid a commission from the insurance carrier, in March. It's all government regulated and stuff. Doesn't matter what they pay, I get paid the same thing, no matter what they choose. So for me, even though I'm an independent business owner, I don't have a boss, I don't report, I don't punch in and out to anybody. There's no ROI for me to hire somebody.
Right.
Now, if I ran a lawn care business and hiring more people meant I could mow more lawns, then I could employ people to create more wealth inside my business.
Right.
One thing that I like about the Inflation Reduction Act is that it acknowledges that it's the bottom and middle class of the economy that have to get bigger in order to prop the top of the economy up.
Right.
And for too long, what we've said is, well, if you put all the money at the top of the economy, it'll rain down on the rest.
Right.
And that doesn't work, because somebody like me, if my income jumped up $100,000 next year, I wouldn't use that to hire somebody else.
Right.
I don't know what I would do with it. I'd buy a second truck. No. But it wouldn't go back into my business, because my business doesn't need that.
Right.
Now,
it's one thing if maybe by hiring another person allowed you to place more people and make more money. But even then, that's based on demand, not based on how much you're paying in tax.
Right, exactly. And, open enrollment is only for 6 weeks in November and December. Like, there's only so many hours in the day. Right. Last year, on the final day of open enrollment, I would be helping somebody, and I would be getting 2 other calls from other people trying to get in touch with me so that I could help them sign up. And it's like, I was out of time. And I'm the only one they can talk to, because it's my license number. It's my agent of record. I have to physically sign documents and stuff. Like, you can't talk to somebody else and use me as the agent of record and I would get paid for it, right? There are ways to do that sort of thing, but it requires lots of different business licenses and agreements and stuff. I'm not interested.
Right. Well, and sorry to interrupt you. One more proof of what you're saying is the fact that, they say it's going to rain down, but what do they call it? They don't call it rain down economics. They call it trickle down.
Right.
So, they keep a little bit. Bill Maher did that one back when he was still funny. Did this analogy they've got all the money and whatever they drop.
Right.
Helps the rest. So they got most of it, and a little bit of it falls on. And that's the thing too. Like I said, cutting taxes, it might help people in the margin. Like if you were marginal, I could really use to hire another person, but it's a little tight. Maybe cutting taxes might help on the margins, but it's not going to produce that kind of effect as making sure that the spending classes have more money to do whatever it is they're going to spend on.
Right. So there's this form of life insurance called mortgage protection. And the idea behind mortgage protection is when you get a mortgage, you get a term life insurance policy that's the same length as your mortgage. So if you have a 30-year mortgage, you get a 30-year life insurance policy. And that policy is worth the same amount as your mortgage. So if you had a $200,000 home, you get a $200,000 life insurance policy. That way, if you die, it pays off your mortgage, right? That's the theory behind it. There's a lot of different mortgage protection policies. I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm just using it as an example.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt again. So that is actually literally where the expression "buy the farm" came from.
Right. Exactly. So, for mortgage protection, for me to have a market to sell mortgage protections, what do I need? New homeowners. I need people buying homes. I need a strong housing market of tons of people, because not everybody's going to get it. 1% of people who buy a mortgage buy life insurance because, they have it in other places or whatever. So I need a really strong housing economy, growing housing economy, in order to make a mortgage protection business viable, right? And it is. I'm not saying that it is, and I'm not trying to say, there's lots of people out there that make tons of money off mortgage protection.
Sure.
My point is that there are certain ways that you can build an economy that produce a very strong middle class where these types of positions can be viable, where somebody can make a living off of mortgage protection policies, or somebody can make a living off of setting up there's these things called IULs that are retirement packages. It's a way to put some money aside every month, and it's also a life insurance policy. It's based on the stock market and stuff. Anyway, I'm not trying to bore anybody. I'm just saying, in order for there to be somebody to sell that product to, you need a strong middle class, because only a middle class person needs to be putting away a few $100s a month into an IUL or into an annuity for retirement.
Right.
Wealthy people don't need them, and poor people can't afford them.
Right.
So you've got to have a strong middle class in order for a lot of these types of industries, and insurance isn't the only one, a lot of these different industries to exist. Real estate is another one. Real estate agents don't make their money selling to really poor people that are getting subsidized housing.
Right.
They just don't, because of how the commission structures and everything work. I hope I didn't offend anybody, but they don't. That's not how they make their living. You can't.
Well, and this is the reason why what's going on right now in the housing market is so deleterious again to that growth that you're talking about, because part of what's causing the housing market to go crazy is it's not individual purchasers, it's institutional and investment groups that are buying up large blocks of houses, and of course they don't buy those life insurance policies.
Nope.
But because they're eating up all the available houses in the market, they're driving
most of them, right? And most of them have their own real estate licenses, so they're just buying it themselves.
That's right. What ends up happening is that there's very few houses that actual people can afford to buy anymore.
Right. We got some housing numbers today, and I saw an interview with the chief economist at Realtor.com. I can't remember her name, but she was saying, what we're seeing right now is we're seeing the builder numbers go down. The builders aren't putting in as many orders for supplies, is what that means. I think they call them building starts. We're seeing fewer building starts. We're seeing fewer people buying new construction. And what we're seeing is the builders are moving into multifamily housing, stuff like duplexes and triplexes, because they can maximize the amount of people living on one property. You have a duplex on a property versus a single family home, you can house more people, you can make more money. You have 2 houses to sell instead of 1, or 3 houses. And she said, and I believe her, she doesn't see housing prices come down because the builder economy is what really helps motivate housing prices. Because as long as there's new construction, second and third time home buyers tend to prefer new construction over already built homes. Well, I've had my starter home. Now I want, my dream home, or now I want a home that's, a little bigger, more complicated, yada, yada, yada. And over time, you may see those prices start to come down because of new home buyers. But what you won't ever see is house prices go down in large amounts slowly. Housing markets don't tend to just go down, they tend to crash. And they tend to crash all at once. Where did everybody go?
I don't know. We lost the camera on a couple. I know Mowdy left. The camera's back on, and that may have just been, I don't know if that was something, I think that may have been on the NDI. So
I was munching on some food, and I didn't want to do that on camera.
Oh, well,
is it crudité?
Oh,
no,
Jesus.
Steak, leftover steak.
Oh,
well, we do have a super. We have a super chat. I don't understand the super chat. But it's Sinister Porpoise, $2. Is Crudite better from Sheets or Wawa? Which my understanding. Okay. So good. Somebody gets it. I hope I didn't just insult 3 million people in another language, but
I get all of my crudité at Piggly Wiggly.
Oh, it's crudité.
I do live in the South, so I get my crudité at Piggly Wiggly along with my chitlins.
Oh God!
And my chicken feet.
Well,
by the way, if you guys don't believe me, I can go down to the Piggly Wiggly right now and buy giant jars of chitlins and literal chicken feet. My dog loves chicken feet.
My father's from Alabama, and I've been down there, and I totally believe that you can buy chitlins in the store. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. And if anybody doesn't know what chitlins are, that is the cut up intestines of a pig soaked in pickle brine,
right,
or vinegar. Sometimes it's vinegar.
And actually, around here in New Jersey, you can get chicken feet, but not because of Southerners, but because there's a large Asian community, and so chicken feet are popular.
Yep. And most people don't eat chicken feet. There are some people who do, but chicken feet are usually just to give to your dog. It's a dog treat.
Well, the thing is, I've tried it, and it wasn't they don't have a lot of taste, so they're going to taste like whatever whatever seasoning you put on it. Right. The problem was the texture was what BX cable is?
I don't.
Okay, it's not used as much anymore, but back from the probably the 40s till the 80s, I guess. It's kind of like this armored cable. If you ever see the cable that's it's got a metal sheath and it's twisted like a corkscrew.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's BX cable. It's got a consistency like chewing on that.
I have never eaten chicken feet.
I've never eaten the cable, so I don't know. I can't compare it to the cable. I've never actually tried.
My friend Megan loves it, but I'll give it a miss. I shot you a message in PM in Discord, Nick. If you could respond.
Missed it, so let me, in Discord. Perfect, I'll catch that in a sec. We also have, we are waiting on the results. So the primaries have closed. Voting has closed in Wyoming, but they're still tabulating. We don't have anything coming in, so we'll...
I'll pull the numbers up.
All right, and then the other thing is, I also wanted to discuss... let me just... Here we go. Sorry about that. I should have gotten that to you earlier. So let me make sure that Joe gets that. So now that that's taken care of. So the other thing I wanted to talk about is, we could talk about Texas or Florida. Take your pick. There's a lot going on. But I wanted to talk about Greg Abbott. for a minute, because the Mothers Against Greg Abbott have done a lot of ads.
I thought you were about to say a very different word along with mother, but go ahead.
Well, it would be appropriate, but so they've done a couple of ads, and they've done two pretty significant attack ads. One just came out earlier, I think it was today. So we're gonna play that one for you, and then we're gonna play the one that they're most known for. But let's start with this ad. It's by Mothers Against Greg Abbott, and let's see what they say here.
Little boys and little girls following the rules, getting ready for the first day of school. Politicians say they make our land safe and free. They're supposed to stand for you and me. Keep our children safe for you and me. Keep our children safe for you and me.
I love it.
So we've got that one. Then we've got. I'll play the other one in a minute. The thing that I was talking to my 13-year-old girl, who actually was able to put one of my biggest objections to this idea of arming all teachers, which Texas is pushing quite seriously. And, I think Florida has now said that if you have served, if you are serving or have served in the military, if you have a BA and I think some college credits, I don't know how many you need, you 30. Can... 30, thank you. You can get a 5-year teaching certificate. This has a couple of problems associated with it. First of all, I have a teaching certificate, and it was not easy to come by, and it takes a lot of work. So you're sort of telling teachers that, well, hey, you're good as somebody who's had no. And I had to take classes on adolescent development, adolescent mind, all these other things. So it's sort of like, okay, somebody who's been in the military, which is a job, by the way, I couldn't do. So, this isn't a better or worse. It's just they're two very different skill sets. And the idea, it's sort of, I understand teachers getting very offended by that. But the other thing is, of course, this idea that we're going to arm all the teachers, aside from you're now making them the front lines in this battle, and they shouldn't be. They're overworked, overloaded. My starting salary when I was working in Westboro was really good. They had a great union. I was making a lot of money going in, but by the time you have to stay after school, you have to stay with the students who need the extra help. You got to grade papers. You work on vacations. Yeah, theoretically you get summers off, but guess what? You're the one who writes the curriculum, not the state. People think it's the state. No, there are guidelines of what you have to do in the boxes you have to check. You write the curriculum, and you do that over the summer. So I calculated my wages. It was about $12 an hour by the time all was said and done, and I was in a district that paid very, very well for starting teachers. So all that notwithstanding, so now the teachers have to learn gun safety and everything else they're going to need to do. My daughter pointed this out. She's just like, well, wait a minute. The reason we need to worry about gun control and guns is because there are crazy people who get a hold of the guns, and once they get a hold of the guns, they go around shooting people. She goes, but Daddy, you've seen my teachers, because there are crazy teachers too, aren't there? I was like, yes, that's a really good point. And she's like, so they already have the gun. I was like, yes, they do. And they're already going to be let in the school with the gun. And I was just like, yes. And the reality is teachers are no more or less sane than anyone else who's been going off. And think about, everyone has that high school teacher, right? Everyone has that high school teacher. Think back. Everyone listening to this knows a teacher that is the last human being they would ever want to have a firearm. And the idea is that teacher is now going to have a gun and go into the school. I really don't see how this is going to make kids safer. Anyways, I think that ad addresses that. Was there anything anyone wanted to say about those concepts before we get to the next ad? Yeah.
I would add to that too, just the idea that, okay, I'm not a teacher, but the idea that if I just had decided, I've considered it, that now you've, without my consent, without my, buying into this, now I'm turned into, a peace officer. I'm turned into, I'm elected to defend somebody else's spawn and put my life on the line, when that's not what I signed up for. I signed up to go to school and teach. I didn't sign up to be a target.
Well, and what liability do you have? What happens if somebody comes in and you find that you're frozen? There are combat vets who have a hard time with it. What happens? Are you liable for that? What happens if you choose not to have a gun?
Well, what happens if I do it and I panic and I shoot the wrong person? Then what the fuck happens?
What happens if a kid gets a hold of my gun? And it takes a long time to learn proper gun safety. I mean, between state and federal requirements, in order to keep my license, I had to get a certain number of. We've all had the like first Tuesday or Wednesday of every month is a half day for students. The reason they do that is because they need to call it a full day because they don't want to have to extend the school year any longer. They can call it a full day if at least half the day gets completed, and then the rest they do for professional development. So the teachers still have a full day. They have staff meetings the whole time. So between that and the extra Saturday once a month that they have to come in for professional development and get all these accredited hours to make sure that they're still good. So now you're going to add gun safety, all the other gun, and whatever insurance they're going to have to carry in case and when something goes wrong, because it does in the military, and they're much better at handling guns than I am.
Well, the other thing too is this idea that this is all coming out from the supposed party of pro-life, right? So they're all happy that the Supreme Court ruling, last month, but so they're all pro-life, unless you're a student, in which case, well, that's just if you're a victim of gun violence in any case, really, well, that's just the price of freedom, right? So it's freedom for the gun owners, but not for the people who don't want to get shot.
Okay, I'm a little ticked off. The quality of troll on In Time has plummeted. It has plummeted. What is this? Do nothing to protect your children and see how it goes. Yes, that's the plan on the right or on the left is do nothing. That's why they all talk about gun control. That's their do nothing plan. You may be very much for the Second Amendment, but the left isn't. Their plan isn't do nothing. That's great. All right. Oh dear Lord. The trolls need to up the game. Listen, we got Titan as the head mod. Believe me, he'll get bored if you guys don't up your game. Yeah, Ethan.
So, do you remember Sherry Chesson? Do you know that name?
No, that name does not sound familiar.
Okay. So I'm writing, I've started a Substack for it, but it doesn't know. There's only one article up so far. I'm working on my second one about pro-life, about what that term is. Sherry Chesson is the first part of the article, so I'm kind of spoiling the first section here. But in 1962, Sherry Chesson was on her 5th pregnancy, and she took some sedatives that her husband had bought in Europe. Took 36 of them over the first part of her pregnancy. She was not aware that the sedatives contained thalidomide. And when she disclosed this to her physician informed her, unfortunately, that's going to cause horrific deformities in your fetus, and your fetus is not going to survive. And we need to perform an abortion and get the fetus out of you. And those types of abortions were permitted in Arizona at the time. It's called a therapeutic abortion. And she went to have the procedure, and so the hospital's lawyers got in touch with the Arizona legislature and asked if they would be prosecuted. And the Arizona legislature couldn't tell them one way or another if they'd be prosecuted. And Sherry Chesson's abortion was canceled. Sherry Chesson was also known as Miss Sherry, and she was on a children's show called Romper Room in the Phoenix area. So she was on the Phoenix area's Romper Room version. And she decided to go to the Arizona Chronicle and tell the Arizona Chronicle about the dangers of thalidomide and that nobody should be taking thalidomide if they were pregnant because she was having to have this abortion. And she was, she's trying to be an advocate. Sherry and her husband received phone calls, they received letters, they received death threats for being child murderers. It was kind of it was a catalyst for a lot of the things we see today. Remember, this is 1962. This is before the Civil Rights Act even passed. Sherry, after this firestorm starts, this media firestorm, she tries to go to Japan to get an abortion, and the Japanese consulate wouldn't approve her visa. So she ended up going to Sweden and getting the procedure done there. A lot of controversy. And at the time, abortion was not an evangelical Christian issue. It was Catholic. It was the Catholic, the U.S. Catholic Committee, I forget what they're called, that started the Right to Life organization. Yeah, it was in 1967. It was a Catholic thing. And what it has morphed into today is not pro-life. It's anti-reproductive health care. Yeah. It's also anti-trans. It's anti protections for rape and incest. It's, not even a 10-year-old can get an abortion if they're pregnant by rape or incest or any other reason. And that type of obstructionist, no holds barred fascist, Christo-fascist point of view is what's being deployed in Florida. I grew up in Florida. I went to public school in Florida as a child. I had two teachers with doctorate degrees, one in second grade and one in fourth grade. One was a child psychiatrist and the other was a child behavioral scientist. As much as I love our vets, as much as I respect the sacrifices that we ask them to make and that they do make, they are in no way qualified with 30 hours of schooling to teach the way that a child psychiatrist with a doctorate degree can teach.
Right. Different set of skills.
Right. The Christo-fascist plan is to destroy public education because they don't want kids going to public education. They want kids going to private schools, Christian schools, so that they'll be raised Christian. They're very, very, very scared about how few Christians there are in Gen Z, millennials and Gen X. It's very, very low. And all of these things are all backed up by one thing, the Bible. It's the Bible that says that, justifies these things.
Well, the funny thing is that like you said, it wasn't even a Catholic issue until the mid '60s, because the idea of it goes back to Judaism. The idea of ensoulment. Ensoulment doesn't happen until you take your first breath. Right. So it wasn't an issue for at all from a Christian perspective, but it's become one. And in part, it's really has to do with bulking up the numbers, because like you said, they've seen for years the number of Christians is waning. This is why this is where the quiverful movement started. Like we gotta have a lot of babies. We need more babies. We need more babies. And the proof that they're not actually pro-life is that in some of the states, some of the restrictions basically stop someone with an ectopic pregnancy or a stillborn. Now, if it's stillborn, it's never gonna goo. It's never gonna cry. It's never gonna grow up to be anything. It's already dead. Preventing someone from expelling dead tissue is putting them at a huge health risk for no benefit. It's not like you can even say, well, we're gonna go in and we're gonna do a C-section, take it out. It's already dead. Right. So we're not protecting a baby. We're not protecting a fetus. We're not protecting a living anything. And an ectopic pregnancy, unlike what some Republican politicians think, they can't be, reimplanted, in the uterus. If they implant in the walls of the fallopian tubes, that's it. They're done.
Right. And that happens in a part of the fallopian tube called the isthmus. The isthmus is the last part of the fallopian tube. And the problem is that while the isthmus widens as it reaches the uterus, at the other side, it's still just as narrow as the rest of the fallopian tube. And if the ectopic pregnancy embeds there, the fallopian tube can burst and you can kill the person. I mean, the person can die.
And it's never going to be viable.
Right. It'll never be viable. Roe v. Wade had it right. The first trimester, abortions for any reason. Second trimester, abortions only happen if the life of the person carrying the fetus is in danger. And third trimester, you can't have an abortion in the third trimester because all fetuses are viable in the third trimester. I was born almost 7 weeks early. I'm literally a quote unquote late term abortion because I had to be pulled out because my mom was diabetic. She and I both would have died.
Right.
So I was viable. All fetuses in the third trimester are viable. They have since the 1970s. I was born in 1980.
Right.
So, the idea that this needed to be changed or overruled is nonsense. Yeah. But the thing is that they've tied these wedge issues together. They've tied it's the same movement that doesn't want trans people transitioning or even acknowledge that they exist, for that matter.
Yeah.
That want to control other forms of reproductive health care, and that want to destroy our education system. 30 hours, an associate's degree is not the same as a doctorate degree. I don't care what the degrees are in. I don't care if your associate degree is in childhood education. They aren't the same thing. And when DeSantis said in that little announcement, the teaching requirements in Florida have been overly rigid. Yeah, that's the idea.
Right.
The idea is that it should be really, really hard to be a teacher, because I don't want just anyone teaching my stepdaughter things.
And by the way, they have like the 17th, best school system in the country, right, which isn't like spectacular, but it's good. It's good. You can't sit there and say it's not good. I don't think it's going to stay good, but
it's funny. It's just like on kind of a different bend. Companies that have good IT support, but then they get rid of their IT department or parts of it because they feel, well, we never have problems. So, of course, no, you don't have problems because you have a good department.
Right. Well, it's like the whole term late-term abortion. That's not a medical term. They just made it up. There's a whole video on this on my channel if anybody wants to watch it. Yeah. It's literally called The Truth Behind Late-Term Abortion. But it's fake. There were several attempts to define late-term abortion, but you literally can't, because any fetus that reaches the third trimester is automatically viable. We can keep it alive. We've been able to keep it alive since the 70s. So the whole idea that everyone was having late-term abortions is asinine. They didn't exist.
Here's a quick question, because you've obviously done the study on it. So the question I have is, are there any cases, and I if there are, I'm sure it's exceedingly rare, where the they're in the third trimester, the fetus would be viable, but there's no safe way, like either via C-section or vaginal birth, that the mother could not survive the procedure, and then the only way is to terminate the pregnancy.
So what you would have in those cases, there could be some, like, let's say the mother was in a car wreck, a car accident, and she was brain dead. Okay, or the person was suffered some sort of infection. Okay, this is better. So the pregnant person has an infection that is threatening both their life and the life of the fetus. Okay, there are instances where they might try to leave the fetus inside the person to see if it can reach term. The truth of the matter is that the problem with you and I discussing it is that this is a highly medical technical thing, and it's not like somebody goes in and goes, "Hi, I'm 36 weeks pregnant and I'd like to terminate this abortion." And the obstetrician's like, "Absolutely, let me go get my shotgun."
Right.
I'm so excited you're here.
Yeah.
That never happened.
Right. I knew
literally, it never happened. I know you do. But the idea that there were contraceptive abortions happening in the third trimester, it didn't exist. It's literal nonsense. Yeah. It's been illegal since 1973 when Roe v. Wade passed.
There's one. He's no longer on YouTube, or at least not under this channel, that channel name, or that I'm about to mention. But he used to go under the name of Stigma Dane. He was a fundamentalist Christian, and back when Blog TV still existed.
Oh wow!
He was like, well, I'm not. He wasn't against all abortions, but basically he's like, well, it should only happen under condition 𝐋𝐤𝐸𝐿MNOP, and it was literally what the laws already said.
Right.
So I'm like, well, that's what it is. He's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, you're tilting at windmills. You're fighting against things you think are happening that just don't happen.
Right. In 2002, they passed it was the longest thing. It was the Late-Term Abortion Ban Act or something like that, which was about this procedure that's done like 0.01% of the time when somebody's pregnant.
Right.
When for some reason, the could be lots of different deformities, genetic deformities, thalidomides, lots of different stuff. For some reason, they know it's not going to survive.
Right.
It's either going to die, because what can happen is that when a stillborn baby is inside a person, they can turn septic.
Absolutely.
Like it can literally, trying to carry it to term can kill you.
Right.
So it's either expected to die, before it's born or just after, for, whatever reason. And there are times when they'd say, okay, let's go ahead and terminate the pregnancy because we want to make sure that the pregnant person survives, because they might die.
Right.
Again, it's I looked it up. I don't remember the exact number, but it's like 0.001% of all pregnancies. It's like a tiny. It's like
low, yeah.
Right. It's like a couple hundred times a year.
Right.
But what the anti-reproductive freedom people will say is that, they're killing. That's a child murder. You just murdered a child. It's like you had probably 3 obstetricians. You probably had a surgeon. You had, a midwife. You probably had like 7 different medical professionals that all conferred, that all did a bunch of tests, that are all saying this thing. But you're over here with your Bible flapping your gums like you know something.
Right.
And so the idea that you can have this feeling, I've had this argument with people on Twitter because they say life begins at conception. Okay, tell me what conception is. Is conception when the zygote forms? Because that can be 3 days after fertilization.
Right.
And if you say that it's fertilization, well, when does fertilization happen? Well, fertilization happens when the sperm cell enters the middle of the egg cell? Is it when they actually mix up their genetic code? Is it when it turns into a zygote? Because all of this stuff can take days. It is conception. If I look out on the street and I see somebody that I'm attracted to and they have a uterus inside their body and I'm like, oh, I would like to impregnate that person. Is that the beginning of conception? Like, did we just, is there a life now?
Well, another thing, as I pointed out to a few fundamentalists, technically speaking, pregnancy does not occur until that fertilized zygote implants in the uterus. Right. That's literally what it means. Impregnation.
Which can be 20 days after sex happens.
Right.
So the problem with the idea of life begins at conception is, well, what is conception? And these aren't my words. Like, if you talk to 5 different obstetricians, they probably all 5 of them would have different answers for you. Because we don't understand enough about conception to have an idea. We know that the sperm goes inside there and their genetic material mixes up. And then at some point, whenever it feels like it turns into a zygote, but it's still one cell. And then it travels through the fallopian tube and it goes up into the isthmus. And at some point in the isthmus, and sometimes a little before, it turns into a blastocyst. And then once it turns into a blastocyst, it'll multiply a bunch of times and become a bunch of cells, but its mass doesn't change. It's still got the same mass. So what is conception? Because sperm can go into an egg and the egg can be fertilized and it can turn to a zygote and it can turn to a blastocyst, and then the body's like, nah, it's not viable, and it never implants.
Right.
So when did was that a human life?
Well, and that's the thing. So I remember George Carlin made a comment about that. He's like, so he said, if these right wingers had their way, if you use what the definition they're trying to impose upon this, that means any woman that's sexually active that's had that's had a period is a serial killer.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, or any because you're not supposed to spill your seed. Any guy masturbating and you've just killed like 8 billion babies or what?
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
It goes both ways.
But it's interesting though they only ever want to punish people with uteruses and not people with semen, though.
There's that Monty Python song, "Every Sperm is Sacred," and if you've never heard it, you really should, because it's quite fantastic.
Oh yeah, I've seen the movie.
We've got some numbers. Do you want to go over some numbers?
Let's hear some numbers.
Stuff?
Let's please.
All right. Well, first of all, the one we're all waiting to hear about, Livingston is ahead of Wild.
Oh, thank God.
That's for the Democratic governor. I know you guys are really waiting on that number. Okay, you know what? We've got about 8,200, 8,300 votes in. Cheney has 38% and 𝐒𝐤𝐬𝐷 has 58.5. It's closer than I thought. 20 points is closer than I thought. 38 to 58. In Alaska, I don't think we've got numbers in Alaska. I think it's going to be another hour before we've got numbers in Alaska.
I think now, does Alaska allow reporting on polls? Because the last polls in Alaska close at midnight our time.
Is it midnight? Is it that late?
Yeah.
They're not going to have anything until after
midnight.
That.
Is the last polls closing? It's 8 p.m. their time, but they are 4 hours.
I want to be straight up with you guys. I love politics, but I've never paid attention to an Alaska primary before, so I'm not aware of how they work. So I'm going to be learning a lot tonight.
It's essentially as soon as you get all of the numbers from Fairbanks and Anchorage, once you've got those two cities reported in, you've pretty much got everything.
Sure.
More people live in those two cities combined. Those are the two largest cities, and Fairbanks is actually quite small. So
right, and you've got more
pretty close.
And you've got more polar bears in the rest of Alaska than you do people.
Yeah.
Almost the population
moose certainly
of just Anchorage is greater than all of the rest of Alaska combined.
Yeah, of course.
But add Fairbanks in there, and you got a good. That's most of the population of Alaska.
And by the way, guys, on my end, I just want to let everybody know the chat is too blurry for me to read. So if anybody's asking me questions in chat, I can't read them.
Well, that's why I've got multiple monitors, so I actually have the YouTube.
I just wanted chat to know, like, if you guys are saying anything to me, it's too blurry for me on my end to read. So I have no idea what you're saying.
Any questions for the panel? Tag it in time. I'll pick it up and if it's one of those snarky like, oh, it's Maudi's stream kind of things, it may get lost in the paperwork. But
those are the only ones I care about.
That's the only one the panel cares about, I've noticed. Okay.
And if you ask me a direct question, I do reserve the right to just ignore you. They don't pay me here, so I can do whatever I want.
No, we don't.
Comments aimed at me, and I kind of blew them off.
Please.
Go ahead. I was going to make it. It's fine. Nothing. Okay. Go ahead.
So this is the, it happens to be the same topic we've been talking about. This gets back to the Greg Abbott and the Mothers Against Greg Abbott. This is the second video, which I think is this went viral nationally. It can be a little triggering. It especially in the first half of it talks very frankly about abortion. So it's I know people who have been triggered by this. It's an incredibly good video, but it's also controversial for reasons that will become pretty obvious. Anyways, this is Mothers Against Greg Abbott.
Thank you for your patience. There's no easy way to say this, but your baby has a catastrophic brain abnormality.
What does that mean?
It means that parts of her brain didn't form. Your daughter, if she is to survive, will live only a matter of hours after birth. During that time, she will experience a multitude of seizures and ultimately aspirate on her own bodily fluids. She will suffer. A decision will need to be made on termination. I wish I could tell you what to do, but there is only one person who can make this choice.
How much time do I have?
And that person is Greg.
Greg?
Who the is Greg? Yeah, let me just give him a call. Hey, Greg. Dr. Robinson here. Listen, I've got a pregnancy that could... Yes? But I think this one is the... Yes, okay. Sure. Okay, I'll let them know. Yeah. That's gonna be a no. Best of luck to you.
I had to be pulled out almost 7 weeks early from my mom's womb. Should she have been able to make that choice, or should she have been forced to carry me to term? And if God decided to kill both of us, should we have both died? Now, of course, I get some of the answers that you would think I would get, because right-wing trolls are almost all the same. But, I mean, a lot of them are like, yeah, well, she should have carried you to term.
Wow. I'll tell you what. This is why whenever I get in arguments with some of them and they say that that this horrible stuff, and I'm like, see, you understand why I'm not a Christian anymore, right? It's exactly because of shit like that. Like how could you, because I'm like, first of all, I don't believe that your God is there, but even if it is, if it's like the way you describe it, then it's a horrible, wretched individual, and I don't want nothing to do with it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, any God that would force a 10-year-old pregnant child rape victim to carry their baby to term is a fucking monster, and I wouldn't want to spend eternity near that thing.
Well, here's one thing I'm curious of, because Greg says, he's going to, we're just going to stop rape, right? And then that won't happen anymore, because, of course, he's been so successful at stopping it up till now. But I'm like, well, look, dude, if you guys want to get biblical, well, according to the Bible, rapists, one of the potential punishments for rapists is death. So hey, let's go for that.
Well,
right?
Not only that, the Bible says if you even think that your wife is pregnant from somebody else, you should give her an abortion.
Right.
This is in the Bible. It's in, I don't know, one of those fucking books, Corinthians or some shit. But it's in there because I've seen people
a recipe on how to do it.
Yeah, and it gives you the recipe on how to give them an abortion. And the idea that the founding fathers were anti-abortion. Benjamin Franklin used to print abortion recipes in his almanacs.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was, well, okay, this is going to get dark, but there were times when you didn't want your slaves to be pregnant because that meant they couldn't work. So you would force them to have abortions. Guys, by the way, people that did that would have been George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, all of the slave owners that signed all of the, the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights that you think gives you all your freedom. No, it I'm not getting into all that, but
yeah, I mean, but I'm with you. I know where you're going. Yes. I'm on that train.
Yeah, there were dark things that they did, and this idea that abortion was always shunned upon. I mean, abortion's been a part of life since humans were around. There's been lots of different reasons that you would induce abortions.
And there's many conservatives that wish that their parents had made that choice.
So So just real quickly, Pippa. Yeah, we've got tons of mice on that now. So tons of mice will be all over that. We're gonna have that clip Corinthians or some shit. That's gonna be in the new promo.
I believe it's 5th Corinthians, page 2, paragraph subsection I.
Oh dear Lord! So
I think you just reminded me of a video.
It might be Jay. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It could be Jay. All right, it could be Jay.
A video I never made, but I contemplated for a long time. I actually bought the props to do it. Was there's these Christo-fascists that have this belief that that there was such thing as scientism and that's our religion and all that kind of bullshit. So what I wanted to do is I got like Principia and a whole bunch of other origin of the species, and I was going to call out chapter 2 verse this, and like it says like, oh wait, we don't actually do that, right? These are not
really stupid. Oh, it's almost 10 p.m. I do have to pray to 𝐒𝐤𝐿𝐴𝐵.
You have to face CERN.
I have to face CERN.
Okay, so
and pray to 𝐒𝐤𝐿𝐴𝐵.
Titan is saying it's Numbers 5:11 through 22 is what he's saying.
That's what I said. That's literally the exact thing that I said.
Totally Roll the tape. What he said. Go back there. He said, go back.
Go back. See, you won't do it because you're scared.
Zachary thanked me, but I'm not sure what I said that they're thanking me for. So you're welcome.
Oh, cool.
Take the credit for it. I don't.
Sweet.
You're welcome. So
absolutely.
All right. So now I do want to talk about are there any states? To the best of my knowledge, let me rephrase that. To the best of my knowledge, there are no states that are outright banning abortion, like 100% across the board. Now, there's obviously been a chilling effect.
Not true.
Okay.
Say that again.
Well, so let me rephrase. This is where we got to get technical. So, Are there states that, to the best of my knowledge, there are no states that have said, even, for example, if the life of the mother is at risk, you cannot perform an abortion. This is just going to be an illegal procedure.
Oh, no, there's 1, 2. I'm looking at it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 states full ban.
Full ban. Yeah, I know Ohio is one because I remember when it happened.
Ohio is a 6-week ban, and Idaho, so is Idaho, Tennessee.
Oh, maybe it's proposed in Ohio. That's what it is, because that's the one we were talking about the other day. So
it might be proposed. I would have to go look, but I know that they have a medical exemption in Ohio currently. So there was no reason for the 10-year-old to have left Ohio, that she would have qualified for an abortion in Ohio.
Yeah,
I think they admitted that, but they said that there was another reason why she left. I think there was a doctor. I think, as I recall, either a doctor had refused to do it or somebody was concerned about the potential legal liability, so they chose not to.
I believe it was the doctor was worried about the liabilities.
Go ahead. The following states are banned with no exception: Alabama, Arkansas, Kentucky, Louisiana. Mississippi has an exception for rape, but not incest. Missouri has no exceptions. Oklahoma state prohibited abortion is at the point of fertilization, with the exception of rape and incest.
Define it.
So, yeah, I know, right? South Dakota, no exceptions. Texas is a 1925 law that banned with no exceptions for rape or incest. And Wisconsin has a law from before Roe that bans abortion with no exceptions for rape or incest and makes performing them a felony. And so there's a lawsuit from the Democratic governor and state AG to stop that. So there's multiple states with abortion. And I'll tell you what, most of those states are shitholes to begin with, and they're going to be even shittier shitholes as time goes on.
Well, I wrote about this on Substack. This is my first article on Substack about secession, and about how I'm not one that's going to joke about secession, because secession's very, very, very serious to me. And there are a lot of people that died, over 600,000 of them in the first Civil War, to keep this union together. And anybody that's going to be flippant and say, "Oh, well, we're gonna secede," no, the fuck you aren't, because there's a lot of patriots in your state. And I'm going to make sure that every single one of them has the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I don't appreciate anybody trying to take them away, trying to take those things away from them.
If it wasn't for the harm that would be done to the people you're just talking about, I would not only would I not have a problem with joking about it, I would actually say let's expel them. But you're right. There's a lot of people who get hurt.
Tell you what, why doesn't Elon take all of them to Mars and solve all of our problems?
Oh, God, him.
They can go have their Christo-fascist paradise on Mars. Here's the thing. Their all they want is control. They just want control of people that they disagree with. That's all this is about. Why would anyone, how does it affect me sitting here today if a 10-year-old who was raped by incest has an abortion? First of all, it's none of my damn business. That's the first thing. It's between that 10-year-old and their parents and doctors and people that are way smarter than me and way more educated on it, and I shouldn't be involved or have an opinion or even be talking about it. I only am because these Christo-fascist pieces of shit. Anyway, B, this is just about control. They just want control of people. That's all they care about. They only care about making you do what they want you to do because God said so, or just because you don't like it.
Because they're authoritarians, that's why.
Well, I think most of it is about they want you to do things that they want you to do because you don't like it. It's not even a lack of empathy. These people are anti-empathy. They literally are out to hurt people.
Yes.
They just want to see people hurt, and this is a way they can hurt people.
Well, and the proof of that,
I think that's a minority. I think that's Cruz, though. I do think that's Cruz.
It's a minority. I'm not saying it's all conservatives. I'm just saying the Christo-fascists in the party.
There was a woman I remember that they got interviewed. This is when Trump was president, and some of the things he was doing was hurting conservatives as well.
Sure.
or what passes for conservatives. And they interviewed a woman, and she literally said he's hurting the wrong people. Not he's hurting people and he needs to stop. He's hurting the wrong people. He go hurt those people. It's okay to hurt those people because they're not us. They're not me. But here's the other thing too, as far as if you tried to steel man their arguments, right? Tried to be as beneficent and better given the biggest benefit of that you could probably do. The idea that this idea that they care so much about the fetus, but that's belied by the fact that they don't give a fuck about you once you're born. They don't, for that matter, they don't even want to pay for prenatal care. So if you really thought that the fetus was so precious that you might want to make sure that every person who got pregnant who didn't and who really would have preferred not to, that they had everything, they had a place, good place to live, they were getting adequate food, that they had prenatal care to make sure that the fetus was safe and healthy.
Right.
They do all that, but they don't do any of that, and they definitely don't want to do any of that shit once you're actually born. So they don't give a fuck about life at all. They're a cult. They're a fetus cult.
Right. That's why I won't call them pro-life anymore. They're anti-reproductive freedom. I have a client. I'm going to name her Betty. Betty is 67, turning 68 this year, and she's diabetic. She has some health complications for the diabetes, but she takes 60 units of insulin every day. 60. That's a lot of insulin, okay? In the insurance world, 40 units of insulin is kind of the defining part. Like if you're under 40 units of insulin, that's better than being over 40 units of insulin. And she takes 60. She takes 30 units of insulin twice a day.
Man.
Yeah. She called me the other day and she said, she just asked, she was like, did they pass the insulin protections? And I said, well, they did for you because you're on Medicare. So if you're on Medicare, you're going to have the insulin cap, the $35 insulin cap. They didn't pass it for anyone else, but they it was passed for you. And she said, well, was it the Republicans that did that? Or was it the Democrats? And I was like, well, I'm not supposed to get political at all, which is very hard for me sometimes with my clients. But I said, well, Betty, this is it's a Democratic bill. None of the Republicans voted for it. And she's like, well, there must have been a reason they didn't vote for it. There must have been a reason because my son is on insulin. So there must have been a reason they didn't vote for that part. And I was like,
they're scumbags. That's why.
And I mean, what do I say? I'm just like, I hear you, Betty. I don't know. She's like, well, I'm glad I got it. And I'm like, I'm glad you did too.
She's right. There is a reason. It's not a good reason.
Right.
It doesn't bode well for them. But again, that's another thing you get out of religious people, right? The idea that, well, everything happens for a reason. Like, well, yes, but you're conflating reason and intent, and not everything happens because of intent.
Everything has a cause.
In this case, yes,
but
it did happen
it does. Yeah.
What and this is why I said, in the last stream that I don't even like to call them conservatives because they're not following any principles of conservatism. No. They're just Christo-fascists.
Right. Listen, when I was studying political science in college, I had to define all of these things. When I wrote a paper and I used the term conservative, if it didn't mean conservative, I would get in trouble for that. Okay. Right. So I actually had to use conservative and Republican and socialist and communist and fascist in the correct ways. And I'm planning to do a stream on this. I promise I am. There's been a lot of things preventing me from streaming. We're going to do a whole stream on authoritarianism versus fascism.
2 shows on End Time probably hasn't helped, but we appreciate it.
Well, that's okay. That's all right. But the issue that we've gotten into, and Franklin was, oh God, I'm all over the place. Okay. The issue that we've gotten into in modern times is this conglomeration of terms, right? I was on this debate a couple of months back on Twitch, and this guy kept on saying, well, it's these socialist Democrats. And I was like, I'm a socialist Democrat. Biden is not a socialist Democrat. Yeah, Biden's a socialist. I was like, no, Biden's a centrist. Socialism isn't a form of government. It's an economic policy. Define a socialist government versus a representative republic. You literally can't. You cannot tell me how representative republics compare to socialist government structures, because social government structure doesn't exist. It literally, how do you vote socialist?
Right. Well, in fact, I mean, even a lot of people who, and I'm sure you've studied it, so you know the difference, but there are a lot of people I know of who call themselves socialists, and they don't say social democrat. They don't make any clarifiers. I'm like, and I'll ask them, well, okay, so are you for, state takeover of industry? And they're like, no. Well, then in what world are you a socialist?
Well, and that's the difference between socialism and communism, because communism is the one that says there's no private property. Socialism has no problem with private property.
Well, no, but I'm not talking about private property. I'm talking about
seizing the means of production.
Means of production, right.
Okay,
so,
gotcha.
So unless you're for seizing the means of production, you are not really a socialist. The thing is, and this is like, and I pointed out, like I've actually according to the political calculator, I am. If you go in the lower left quadrant, so you got the left side and the libertarian side, I am smack dab right in the middle of between center and left, and between neutral and libertarian. So I'm like the classical liberal. And what I like to do to people that pretend to be conservatives is I will try to use conservative arguments against them to point out that they're not conservative or they don't understand them or whatever.
Sure.
And I've actually made an economic, a kind of a conservative economic argument in favor of a single payer healthcare system.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Obamacare is based on Romney's plan. I mean, it was Romney Care was.
Well, I'm talking about going the full way with the public option.
Full single payer, yeah.
But actually, even not even with the public option, like a full single payer healthcare system, because quite frankly, as a small business, and you probably know this yourself, you know this. You're in the insurance industry, you know this. Small businesses are at a competitive disadvantage when it comes to providing healthcare.
Oh my God, yeah.
A huge disadvantage.
Oh, huge, yeah.
However, even though like legally my company's, we're less than 10 people right now, so I'm not legally obligated to have a healthcare plan, but as a practical matter, I have to have one because I'm not going to recruit anybody worth anything if I don't have healthcare benefits, because that's the way our system is.
Sure.
So now, but also as a smaller company, I can't really charge as much as my larger competitors, because when people are looking, they're going to weigh, well, if I'm going to spend this amount of money, I'd rather go with a big, larger, more established company rather than go with this smaller guy. So I have to charge less, but now I'm at a huge competitive disadvantage on healthcare. Plus the fact that since I do offer it, there's a whole bunch of regulatory things that I have to comply with. And if I don't, I can get fined, I can get sued out of existence,
yes.
All sorts of things can go wrong. So now I have to dedicate staff time. And my company, I'm not a healthcare company, I'm an engineer. And I have an engineering firm. So we have to devote staff time to make sure we're in compliance with all the rules. So there's, again, that's a cost, which is, it's not that big a deal. A company that's 5 times my size, devoting one person to that job is no big deal. That's a small percentage of their workforce. For me, if I had a full-time person doing that, that's a huge part of my workforce, and is an extra expense with no return on investment. But if you take that away and you say, okay, hey, I just get a tax bill and I just pay the taxes, and then the government takes care of basically the government's basically the insurance company, then that's great. I don't have any regulatory things to worry about. I don't have to worry about the competitive disadvantage of having higher rates or being able to offer not being able to offer plans as good as what the larger competitors can offer. Sure. So there's and then I get to compete with them on important things like what kind of customer service do we have? Do we put out a better product? And as far as competing for workers, I'm not competing on do I have a better healthcare plan? It's like work-life environment, what's the work-life balance, the whole deal. It's all things that I have control over, not this ancillary stuff.
So this is a little bit complicated, but I'm going to do my best here. So I have a health insurance license. Okay. I sell also the federal marketplace plans. I can sell them to anybody, through the end of this month, because I got to get recertified. You have to get recertified every year. Okay. It's a federal certification. It's free for me to take. The class takes like 8 hours, and then once I take that, I'm able to help people get federal marketplace plans. One of the great things that happened last year with the American Rescue Plan is they expanded the subsidies for the federal marketplace plan. So they increased the amount of subsidies, first of all, but also the income levels that people could get them at. I have clients that pay a few dollars a month for healthcare plans that otherwise would cost $400 or $500 a month, but because their income is so low, they make under $20,000 a year. They're not big earners, right? One of the things that the Inflation Reduction Act does is it increases the subsidies again a little bit, but it also increases that income up to $200,000 for a family. Wow. So there's a ton. It opens up. When I tell you guys that I love the Inflation Reduction Act, like I literally have more clients. Wow. I'm not sitting here espousing this thing for no reason. Like, it literally is helping me personally with my business expand my business. Wow. I love the Inflation Reduction Act. I literally love it. But my point is, it's literal socialism. Insurance, the entire insurance industry is socialist in nature. Because everybody is paying the insurance company. So the insurance company is holding this giant pot of money. And when somebody needs care or they die, whatever it is, they get to take money out of that pot. That's how insurance companies work.
Right.
And the whole idea is that it's socialist in structure. Same reason you've got police departments and fire departments, everything else, because we pay taxes into this giant pool that we can pay for roads, we can pay for bridges and all the different things that our taxes pay for, schools, military, whatever. All of those things are socialist because socialism is economic in structure.
Right.
Socialist would be opposite to capitalist. Capitalism and socialism oppose each other. Socialism isn't opposed to conservatism. There's nothing in socialism that says I have to like trans people or, whatever it is that they claim is woke and socialist. Like, you're just using words. Right. They don't mean these things. They don't actually mean these things.
Well, basically, they use them as like things I don't like.
Right. Here's the thing I don't like. I will call it woke. Well, woke comes from being woken up to the fact that there's a lot of things in our society that hurt people.
Right.
And that we want them to stop hurting people.
Right.
It's like, well, why would you want that? Why would you want to stop hurting people?
Well, the thing that I always find funny is when they complain about things like, Marvel and DC or Star Trek and Star Wars and say, oh, they've gone woke. I don't think you've been paying attention to this bitch the whole time. They've been always woke. I mean,
my favorite was Jurassic Park Dominion. They just released a picture of Chris, whatever his name is, Chris Pratt, with a black girl standing next to him, and she's just existing as a character in the movie, and all these people are like, they're going woke. Because there's black people in a movie, it's woke?
Which goes to show that they're white supremacists, right? Because
all movies should just be a white guy. A white straight man with muscles that makes out with women with giant breasts.
Well, I recently saw, engage somebody on one of the platforms, I don't even remember which one it was.
I gotta get some water, but I can still hear you.
They literally said to me, well, everyone's so concerned about representation, but what about representation for white guys? And I'm like, you've had like 80% of all characters for the last ever, for like hundreds of years, sometimes more than that. Like,
even the non-white characters, it's like.
Well, this is true. That's the thing. I mean, hell, Mickey Rooney played a Chinese man in Breakfast at Tiffany's, and it's one of the most disgusting and racist and
Charlton Heston. One of Charlton Heston's most celebrated roles is him as a Hispanic.
Right. Well, see, the funny thing is that when black and brown people complain about the fact that those roles had gone to the white dudes, and they're like, well, it shouldn't matter, it should just be the best actor. But then if you change a character that was traditionally white, because of course all the characters were traditionally white, then they get pissed off, like, oh, you're doing like Well, either it matters or it doesn't. Like, you can't play both sides of that. You can't say it doesn't matter when you're the one benefiting, and then say that it's an egregious affront when it's the other way around.
Yeah, I don't understand it because I like inclusivity. I like experiencing. The other thing is I grew up acting. I've been acting since I was 5 years old. I've been in tons of theater productions. I've been paid to act. I've been on stage many times in my life in front of 3,000 people at times. It gives you a different perspective on the world when you go up on stage and you play someone you're not. I had the great pleasure. One of my favorite performances of all time was I got to be the lead in The Glass Menagerie, which was written by Tennessee Williams. And The Glass Menagerie, if you don't know what it is, you've never seen it, I think everybody had to read it in junior high school when I was a kid. But anyway, it's about a guy who is unhappy with his life. He has a sister who has a disability. He's unhappy, and he leaves them. Just one night, he just ups and leaves his mom and sister, who he cares for. And Tennessee Williams did the exact same thing to his family. Just abandoned them one night, just left. And, when I played the character, I played him as gay, even though I'm a straight person. I have no sexual attraction to penises. I played him as gay, and I wasn't limp-wristed. I didn't have glitter all over myself and rainbow hair or anything.
Right.
But just to me, I was playing him as a gay person. And that there was Tennessee Williams was gay in real life. So it made sense to me that, hey, he was probably one of the reasons he was so unhappy with his life and just decided to abandon it, because he talks about, that he wasn't really himself and he didn't really fit in here. Well, yeah, because he was a gay guy working in a factory, with he had an unhappy life, and he ended up going to, I forget where he went, New York or somewhere, and, lived with people that he could identify with. And I just want that for everyone.
Right.
I just want everybody to feel like they belong and that they can make the choices they want to make to have a happy life. And for some reason, people think that that's horribly evil. How could you say that out loud? That's so woke. Yeah. And it's like, because I want people to just kind of live.
Well, and I'm especially for diversity because, well, my ethnic background covers large swaths of the planet. I got, like West African, Central African, a little bit of Middle Eastern, Scandinavian, the British Isles, all of Central Europe, and occasionally it pops up. East Asia it comes and goes, which tells me that it's like less than 1%, but more than 0.5%.
Right.
So it'll kind of like.
Well, it's why the Germans had such difficulty in defining what Aryan even was. I mean, did Aryan include the Gauls, and did it include the Anglos, and did it include the Saxons, and did it include the Scots and the Picts?
Well, the other thing that's kind of funny about their whole thing about Aryan is that, what we consider Aryan started in what's now modern India, and the country of Iran is actually named. The word Iran is derived from the same thing that Aryan derives from.
Right.
And neither of those people are blonde hair, blue-eyed people.
Right. And I mean, Genghis Khan went on such a rape and pillaging invasion across all of Europe that they're like 80% of people have some DNA in them from Genghis Khan and Genghis Khan's tribe, because they raped so much. I don't know how else to say it. They did. They created lots and lots and lots and lots of babies.
They raped, but also when they conquered an area, one of the things that I read up on this, that one of the reasons why they were successful is that as long as you kind of paid your taxes and paid fealty to the new guy, they didn't mess with people too much. And so very often the local governor and his people would actually integrate into the local society, and they interbreed and all this kind of stuff.
Sure.
So it's kind of wild, but that's the thing too. I mean, I'm one of the things I am, of the many things I am, one of the things is Hungarian, which again, the Huns Asiatic people who absorbed everyone they didn't kill all the way to Central Europe.
Right.
And it was funny too because one of my great grandmothers supposedly came from Vienna during the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But looking at know what my grandmother looked like and know what my great grandmother looked like, and they were a bit swarthy, and I was like, they had to be Hungarian and not Austrian because Austrians tend to be fairly pale people, and sure enough, I found the 1920 census. My great grandmother's native language was Magyar, so I was right. And we're also Romane. My wife teases me. She's like you got the oppression. You got the oppression quadfecta because African, Irish, Hungarian, Jewish, Romani G5.
Hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt. We just got a bunch more votes here.
All right, let's do it. And by the way, I'm fully aware that SAG regulations, and as soon as the dog is on air, I got to pay him $50. So thanks for that.
Yes,
that was well planned.
Why do you think he came in here?
Yeah, you're just like, come on, air.
So, by the way, today was one of his favorite days of the year because the vet visited. We have a mobile vet that comes to the house, and she just treats him out in the front yard, and she has bacon snacks.
Oh.
And she brings her assistant who just feeds him bacon snacks while the vet does all the blood tests and stuff. He has no idea he's been blood tested and all of this stuff because he's so busy eating bacon snacks. He's just like, oh, the bacon people are here. He's so happy when he sees them. Yeah, so we've got, more votes just came in. And they have called it for Hagman.
All right.
They have called Wyoming for Hagman with 21.9%. Of votes counted. She is up 60.6% to Liz Cheney's 35.1%.
All right.
It is over.
So it is over. So that is Cheney has served her last, at least for this term, for the immediate future as Congresswoman. Now, it was asked earlier too. Gee, couldn't she run as an independent? Yes, she could. But the problem is, my suspicion is, I haven't checked in a while, but my suspicion is it's too late to get on the ballot. By the time you've done the primaries, she'd need to get however many thousands of votes. Yeah, and she wouldn't win either. That's a really good point. She'd have to get however many thousands of signatures. Once you've got the signatures, then her name could be on the ballot. The whole reason you're with a party, ostensibly, is because the signatures are already presumably there. That's if it's a nationally recognized party, or in this case, a state recognized party, then they automatically get a spot on the ticket. They don't have to get the signatures. There's no way she'd be able to get the signatures, and yeah, she wouldn't get the votes if she lost.
I have a statement from Cheney. Hold on, I want to read the statement from Cheney real quick.
Thank you.
She says, our republic relies upon the goodwill of all candidates for office to accept honorably the outcome of elections.
Oh.
So she has
the other thing too, as far as her running third party, I mean, she said earlier today, she's a conservative. The thing is that, and I always remind my fellow liberal and my progressive friends, that as much as we're glad that she's showing integrity when it comes to the investigation of R.B. Trump, she voted basically for the bulk of his policy. She didn't have a problem with him in policy wise. She had a problem with him, violating the Constitution.
Right. She had a problem with him breaking the law. It wasn't about his policies.
Right. So she's not a hero.
She's anti-reproductive choice. She's not even a neoliberal. There's a time when she may have been a Blue Dog Democrat, but those days are over. The Blue Dog Democrats died in 2000. On September 2011 is when all the Blue Dog Democrats died, and they were all reborn as conservatives. So,
do you mean 2001?
Isn't that what I said? September 11, 2001.
I think you said 2007,
but 2011.
Oh, September 11, 2001. Sorry, I'm reading stuff as I'm talking.
I'm impressed.
So,
you're holding as much together as you are.
Like Dennis Miller.
My Twitter is going like this fast as I'm talking.
Well, and the next question is she going to run for president? Because that's another reason to maybe stay off to not try to. I mean,
yeah. So, there's a lot of progressives in my mentions on Twitter every day. Where's my camera? There it is. Hi. that DM me that are mad about some of my stances because I've been recently very complimentary to President Biden and the Senate and House Democrats because they've done some stuff I like. This is in no way a progressive administration, even though it's done the most progressive work since, like I said, I think since the Clean Air Act passed. I'm still looking into the last time we had this much progressive legislation go on. And I'll define progressive for you guys in a few minutes because I think a lot of people don't understand what progressive means. Anyway.
For sure.
So there's this push among a lot of the progressives and a lot of Democratic Socialists to split off a third party. They attempted it in North Carolina earlier this year. There were some problems with the way that the signatures were counted, and they said that the Democrats in North Carolina were just throwing away their ballots. And no, they weren't throwing away the ballots. It wasn't filed properly. There were some things that the progressives here in North Carolina didn't do right. And so North Carolina couldn't support putting them on the ballot because we have to follow the laws.
Right.
If it were any other election, I'd probably be there with you. But what's on the ballot right now is not just normal neoliberalism versus conservative, social conservatives. These are dangerous Christofascists. All of them would kill me. I am a pagan. They will put me on a wall for being a pagan.
Yeah.
If you're gay, if you're trans, they're going to kill you. They want you dead. They either want you to convert or they want you dead. I'm not being this isn't hyperbole.
Not hyperbole.
I'm not putting out rhetoric. They literally want to kill us.
I would argue that that's actually been the case for quite some time. The difference,
sure,
they're more open about it. See, this is the thing I try to tell progressives. It's not that I disagree, because I would basically, if you look at, okay, you know, I'm a classical liberal, right? So I agree with a lot of progressives, but not.
Oh, if it was 1950, I'd be a libertarian, by the way. But go on.
But the thing is that it's, and I keep trying to say, it's like, well, the Democrats don't do that. I'm like, yeah, I don't believe. Look, I'm a black man in America. I don't believe the Democrats are saviors.
Right.
However, I can do math, and basically, it would be nice if we had viable third and fourth, fifth parties. But the fact of the matter is, we don't, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. Right. So what I would rather do is do my best to try to make the Democratic Party more progressive, or and do that way, because at least we can win somewhere. And so and again, and then also the fact that, look, not everywhere, look, progressives can't win everywhere in this country. There's areas that are like, where maybe a neoliberal could win, but a progressive really couldn't, and that's just a fact. But it's almost like, well, I feel better that I get to vote for someone I like better. Well, that feels nice, but if the end result is bad and worse, then how good can I feel about myself if I help enable the bad thing? Like I used to give this one thing, but people that just hated, people on the left that just hated Hillary for variety of reasons, whatever we don't get into. But anyway, They hated her. Fine, I get it. Yeah. So then they'll say, oh, she's a crook. Okay, fine. Let's say that's true. I'll just grant it. So if I have a choice, there's a thief and there's a rapist, and they're both going to attack somebody sitting on the street. And I know that the rapist is stronger than the thief. So I can either stop the thief or I could stop the rapist. But whoever is going to get through is going to get through. I would rather stop the rapist. And even though that enables the thief, but I'd rather not enable. If I stop in the ice cream store and do nothing, the rapist is going to win, and I don't want rapists to win. That's really what it comes down to. So my sensibilities, to me, are less important than what the result is going to be. But I find there's a lot of people, they're like, well, I don't want to vote for the lesser of two evils. Too fucking bad. Especially as a black man, we're always defensive. Because we have to. And that's been, since we've been able to vote, we've basically been who, I tried to explain to a guy I know who didn't understand why black people stopped voting for Republicans, because that Republican Party used to be the party of Lincoln, right?
Black people long time ago
used to vote, and it used to be a more progressive party. So why did they stop? And I said, look, and I told them the same thing. It's like, I don't believe that the Democrats are saviors. I don't think they're going to fix my life. But what I do know is they're less likely to actively try to harm me. And knowing, again, because of the system we have, until we have a ranked choice system or a pass go or one of those alternate voting systems that allows us to vote without having to risk, the worst possible outcome, then I can't take that risk. I've never been able to. So I get mad, particularly at white progressives. They're like, "What did you feel good?" Yeah, tough fucking shit. Welcome to my world.
Liz Cheney said,
we got a super chat. Finish that, and then we'll do the super chat.
This is applicable to the rest of our conversation here. This is where we're going. Liz Cheney said, "No office in this land is more important than the principles we are all sworn to protect." And then went on to mention that Lincoln was defeated for lower office before winning presidency to bring new birth of freedom. That's what we're about to talk about. So,
I take that as a signal, but yeah.
We're going to talk about it in just a second. Read your super chat. And we'll talk about
right.
It.
So, Sinister Porpoise, $5. And thank you once again, Sinister, always just been a tremendous supporter of the show. So thank you so much. If you don't understand why minority groups are anxious, angry, and mobilizing right now, you haven't been paying attention.
She's right. Like always. I mean, like never.
Yeah, well, she's the one who said that this was Maudi's stream, and I was the guest. And I was just like, you know what, I appreciate the super chats, but my pride and dignity. No, never mind. They're for sale. So just keep, that's, I'll take the insult. No, thank you so much, Porpoise. We appreciate it. All right. So, you were, where were you going, Ethan? And
yes,
Randolph did ask, and Randolph, and I want to make sure we do this at some point. And Randolph, I'll remember it. I'll write it down, but we will make sure we get to Ethan's definition of progressive. But please continue on that original thread there.
Yeah. It's pretty easy. Anyway, Liz Cheney cannot win the Republican nominee for presidency in 2024. She could have in 2016, by the way. She'd run in 2016. She probably would have been the nominee over Trump. Just putting that out there. 2024, she can't, because it's too much of a cult. It's too much of a cult of personality around Donald Trump. Trump can't be the nominee either, because not enough conservatives like him anymore.
Right.
It has to be DeSantis. There's a couple others. Rubio could have an outside chance. I don't see it. I really think 2024 is going to be DeSantis and Newsom. I don't think that Biden will end up running again. They've put out some feelers, and the reaction has not been good. People do not want to vote for an 82-year-old white dude. The only way that Liz Cheney could win would be to pull a Ross Perot, run independent. The problem with that is that if Liz Cheney runs as an independent, the Republicans will win, because too many neoliberals will vote for her. I don't think that there is a path for Liz Cheney to become president in 2024.
I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think a lot of people who have traditionally voted for Democrats would vote for her.
Yeah, but she'll split the Democratic vote. I mean,
absolutely.
I don't see how. Again, nothing about her policies appeals to anybody in the Democratic Party.
I follow a lot of people that are part of the establishment of the DNC. Okay, I follow them on Twitter. Every single one of them is sucking her dick right now.
Sure, because she's helping them go after Trump. That's why.
Yeah, I don't think it's just that. And I think they see her as a way. There are a lot of people up at the top of the establishment of the Democratic Party that are very anti-reproductive choice, that are very anti-trans people, and that do not like black people. I got bad news for you. If you're a Democrat, the leaders of your party are freaking bigots. Okay, I won't bother naming names because you can do some research for like 5 seconds and figure it out. But I'm sorry. They just called the Democratic side of the race. So Harriet Hagman in District 1 will be running against Lynette Graybull. It will be the Democratic primary, has won the Democratic primary vote. For governor, it'll be Mark Gordon and Teresa Livingston in Wyoming.
I actually wish you would name names.
It's all of them. Everyone. Okay. Let me scroll through here. Let's see.
Give me your top 3 that you feel are big.
I'm just going to scroll as soon as I see one.
Yeah. I want to try to stay reasonably focused.
Ron Filipkowski's a neoliberal asshole. Let's see. Who else we got here? George Conway, but George Conway is he's just Mr. Conway. I mean, Kellyanne Conway. It's just her husband. Oh, Lord. The Lincoln Project. Who is the Lincoln Project? It's
the Lincoln Project are Republicans.
I know, but they're in cahoots with the DNC. They help the DNC with strategy now. That's what I'm telling you.
Because they want to get rid of Trump.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. A whole bunch of people at the DNC, in the DNC establishment now, are people associated with the Lincoln Project. They're like the what's his name? Fucking Dworkin. What's his name? Scott Dworkin. They're all conservative blue dog Democrats. They're all conservative Dems. So all of them love Liz Cheney. And none of them, you're not going to see any of them tweeting in support of black issues. You're not going to see them support. You will see them support some gay issues sometimes, but you'll never see any one of them tweet out like trans rights are human rights. You'll never see that from any of those people because they don't believe that. They want trans people to sit back down and shut back up like they did back in the 90s. That's the people that I'm talking about. I'm talking about establishment folks associated with strategy at the DNC. I'm not necessarily talking about, some of the people that work at the DNC. But
at the end of the day, the DNC wants to. They want Democrats to win. They're not going to support Liz Cheney. No. They might support her running because they think that's going to help them strategically.
But they make bad decisions
because they think she's going to split the Republican vote, but not because they want to take away Democratic votes. I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all. I'm sorry, but I think
she's going to split both. The question is how much on either side, and the problem
that's my point.
Yeah, right. The problem is the vitriol against her is strong enough that, and I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around. There's a about voting your heart. I'm trying to remember the expression, but roughly. The problem is that the split I would imagine is going to end up hurting the Democrats more than the conservatives who are.
I think that's even close to true.
I absolutely think that's true.
No, well, you can think it all you want, but I think you're wrong.
Sure. Okay, let's get into progressive real quick.
I don't think
progressive.
Well, let's do that. I think you got a good point. I don't think she's going to run. The other thing is, if she runs now and she's got no chance, she hurts herself later when she tries to run. So I think she's going to try to run, but I think you're right. I don't think it's going to be this. I think this is the worst time for her to try to run because
Tom Perez, by the way, Tom Perez is another blue dog conservative ass Democrat. Can't stand fucking Tom Perez. Okay, progressive. This is really easy. So progressive and regressive refer to taxes. So all taxation is regressive. Okay? This is where we start. All taxation is regressive. That means that if Sirius and I, Sirius, if you had $1,000 and I had $100 and the tax rate was 10%, I would pay $10 and you would pay $100, right? Okay. So I'm left over with $90 and you're left over with $900. Now let's say that rent was $50 and food was $40.
Oh, I'm already with you.
Right. No. I'm explaining for the audience.
Yeah.
I'm out of money, and Sirius still has $800. Right. So therefore, all taxation is regressive. all taxation affects poor people more than it affects wealthy people.
Right.
So progressive taxation is a way to look at taxes and say, we need things like tax brackets. So tax brackets makes tax more fair. That's why tax brackets are a progressive form of taxation. Now, that is a highly simplified explanation. And when I say that the new bill is progressive, that's because it includes a stock buyback excise tax. That is the you guys, progressive since like 1960. I don't even know. I forget when stock buyback started. Since stock buyback started, progressives have been trying to get an excise tax on stock buybacks. For those that don't know, a company owns shares. Sirius owns a company, and he has 100 shares for his company. And I buy 10 of them. There are 90 shares left. So there are 90 shares in the float. That's called the float. Okay? Those are the shares that are unowned by anyone. Sirius says, we had a great quarter. I'm going to spend $100 and take 10 shares out of the float. And the float now has 80 shares. Therefore, the average value of the shares increases because he bought back some of the shares. Some of the shares are now owned by the company. That's a stock buyback. The excise tax says when the stock buyback is completed, because they have to be announced early and you have to know that a stock buyback is coming and stuff. So when it's excised, when it happens, you have to pay a tax on the stock buyback. That's the stock buyback excise tax. That's one of the most progressive taxes, maybe the most progressive tax that's ever passed. If we said that there was a tax on every dollar earned over $1 billion, or we have to do with capital gains and stuff, but I'm simplifying things. That would be a progressive tax. So this bill passes new taxes, but only on people who earn $400,000 or more a year. Therefore, It's a progressive bill because the taxation in the bill is progressive. I hope that explained it for everyone.
Yeah, that was pretty good. The thing is, this is the one thing I get.
Let me interrupt real quick. Let me interrupt real quick because we had two questions. I just want to answer that. So we are actually still waiting on Palin. We're hoping to get results on Palin around midnight. I'm not sure how long we're going to go past midnight. We'll see what it looks like. Anchorage is going to report at midnight. And some of us who still care about this country. Yeah, so we're just waiting. So in case we now know on Cheney, she has lost her primary. That means she will be out of a job January 1st. So we now have the answer to that, and we are discussing any number of political issues as we wait to get results on Sarah Palin and whether or not we're going to have to call her. Wow, the honorable woman from, oh Jesus, I can't even finish the sentence. So please, anyways, please, Joe. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, you said before about there's people, leftists who, they don't want to be happy about this. And the thing that I find kind of annoying is that, well, first off, if you're anyone who labels themselves progressive, you should want progress, right? And what I keep trying to tell people is that, okay, is it a compromise? Because do you get everything you want? No, of course not, because we don't live in a society where everybody agrees with you, unfortunately. And the thing is that it's almost like, well, I didn't get everything I wanted, so I'll take nothing. And it's such a ridiculous attitude. Because the thing is, okay, so you compromise. So there's a compromise today. Well, first of all, like you said, you don't have to like the Biden administration and say, hey, this bill did good things. Right. You don't have to give you don't even have to give him any credit. I don't even care. Don't give him credit if you don't want to. That's cool. Just say, but it's like, okay, take this. You got this. It's not everything you want or need, but hey, put it in your pocket. But people think like, well, if I compromise today, I'm like it's all over. Like, well, no, you get what you can today, and then you keep pushing for more tomorrow and the day after and the day after that. It doesn't mean that the battle's over. But the thing is you're a much stronger. If you push the penny in the right direction, then your bargaining position is so much better the next time because you're closer to where you want to get to. But this is the thing that the lack of strategic thinking that I run into on a lot of people that label themselves progressive, and I'm like, I don't think you guys understand how any of this shit works.
They don't. And that's one of the reasons why I named my channel Progressive Liberal, was because I wanted everybody to think that's who I was, when actually I studied political science and I'm literally a progressive liberal.
Right.
I literally believe in progressive taxation and liberal social constructs.
Right.
I want my government to liberalize me and leave me the fuck alone and stay out of my business and regulate businesses and not people. It's literally the definition of liberalism. The entire hold on real quick, because we got a statement from Trump. But the entire idea of liberalism came out of the Enlightenment.
Yes.
So we can talk about that. But I'm going to read this statement from Trump before you continue
read that. One of the reasons this is basically the last of the people who voted for the impeachment that was a conservative is Cheney. This was sort of one of his last battles. He was really eager to get rid of her.
And remember, she is co-chair of the January 6th Select Committee.
Yes.
Investigating January 6th. So he really hates her. Okay. Donald J. Trump at Real Donald Trump, 24 minutes ago. Congratulations to Harriet Hagman. I hope I'm saying that right. If I'm saying it wrong, I do apologize. I'm not trying to say it wrong. On her great and very decisive win is capitalized, in Wyoming. This is a wonderful result for America and a complete rebuke of the Unselect Committee.
Fucking A.
Do you guys get it?
That is so cringy every time he fucking...
of political hacks is capitalized, and thugs is capitalized. Liz Cheney should be ashamed of herself, the way she acted, and her spiteful, sanctimonious words, we know he didn't write this, and actions toward others. Now she can finally disappear into the depths of political oblivion where, I am sure, she will be much happier than she is right now. Thank you, Wyoming. Wyoming's capitalized.
For some reason.
Yeah, he can't say the word. He
no
can't
reason.
read.
Not for some reason, because there ain't no reason to capitalize it. It's capitalized for no reason. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, he can't read. He can't read the word yesterday. Remember, he was just like, "Can we not use the word yesterday?" Because he can't read that off the teleprompter. It was too bad, so he did not know. Sanctimonious was not his choice.
No, somebody else wrote it and he reworded it. I mean, he doesn't write his own tweets. He never has. Not never. There are times he wrote his own tweets, but many of the tweets over the past 6 years he did not write himself. Right.
We're going to destroy the cultural sites in Iran. I think he wrote that one. That was the copying to war crimes. I think most of his writers would have realized it. Like, you can write this one, dude. This is on you.
The problem is with that, he employed so many people that were unqualified and didn't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, one of his lawyers is like worked at a grocery store or something, and he hired her as his lawyer. I mean, he's got completely unqualified people around him.
But before, when you were talking about the definitions and everything about regulating businesses, like, here's the other thing too that I run into increasingly, people like 𝐒𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐴, who is actually like an actual libertarian, but a lot of people who label themselves as libertarian, they're really, right-wing anarchists is what they are.
Right.
And the thing is and they feel like, well, I should, nothing that I do should be regulated. But the thing is, again, I made an argument in favor of regulation based on libertarian principles. Because if you actually believed in the principle of non-aggression, and very often gets summed up, my right to swing my arm ends at your nose, well, then that means that you have to have some auspices that if my fist contacts your nose, that we have some auspices where you can seek redress, other than pulling out a gun and shooting me. So the whole point of regulation is to basically, and the thing is, the fact of the matter is, you cannot live in a cooperative society without constantly impacting and affecting one another. So the whole point of regulation is to draw bright lines. So, okay, like, if you pretty much can't produce anything without creating some form of pollution, right?
Right.
So the point of pollution regulation says, well, you can produce some, because, it's impossible to not to have any, but we're going to say, but above this, you're harming everyone else around you. You're use the libertarian nomenclature. You're using force against the rest of us. And at that point, we have the right to use force back at you to prevent you from harming us further. So you literally need regulation to draw those bright lines so that we can basically, where we mutually agree where the point is, where my interference on you and your interference on me becomes egregious.
So in college, sophomore year, I thought that I was a libertarian. And I was in it was a government and civics class, though I don't recall exactly which one. And I told my professor that I was a libertarian during class. I don't remember. It was one of those debate classes where we just talked basically the whole time. And he said, I can prove you're not a libertarian. So I'm going to do to you what he did to me. Okay?
Oh, and I'm not a libertarian, by the way.
I know you aren't. But this is how he proved to me that I wasn't a libertarian. Where'd you get that shirt?
I bought it from a store.
What store?
Big and Tall, probably.
How'd you get there?
Drove a car on a road.
You traveled on a road to the store.
Right.
How'd the shirt get there?
It was transported probably by truck.
Before that, do you think it may have been on a plane?
Plane or ship.
Plane or a ship. Do you like being able to go to stores and buy shirts?
Absolutely.
Then you're not a libertarian. There we go.
Right. Yeah, that one thing, the whole idea of volunteerism is like, no, you're a leech, and you want to use the auspices of civilization without contributing anything to them.
Correct. The issue is that our taxes are the reason that shirt could be at that store, are the reason the store could exist, are the reason that the ship got here, are the reason that the plane got here, are the reason that the truck got here, are the reason that the store exists.
Right.
That's the reason that we have all this stuff, is because we participate in a fucking society. And hey, guess what? Somebody's got to pay for it. You live here, so it's you.
That's right. And on top of that, and I pointed out to somebody because they were trying to like, well, why should you be able to tax me and all that? I'm like, well, okay. The government has created a currency, and they back it up to say this currency has value. It's got a market value, but still it's got a value. Unlike crypto, which who knows. But so that dollar, my dollar is good at anywhere in the country. It says this is legal tender. That people that take legal tender have to take my legal tender if they're willing to sell to me. And so it's worth that $1 or $10, whatever it is. As opposed to I have this thing I just made up, and I want to give you this nebulous thing, and to buy but I have goods. I have a shirt. This cost me resources to get this shirt to sell to you. Well, I don't want your nebulous thing. I want tender. I want something that says that I have value or something.
Right.
To it.
Well, we did this, the last stream on my channel is about horseshoe theory and how horseshoe theory is bullshit. Okay. The extreme left would be a syndicalist society of barter that would have no cash. And the extreme right, there's different arguments, whether it be despotism or fascism. It'd be one of the two.
Right.
Depend a little bit on, it could be some sort of Christo-fascism. It could be some sort of secular despotism. But it would be an authoritarian system of some kind with one person in charge who makes all the calls, makes all the rules. That would be the ultimate right and left. There's no horseshoe. You don't go from syndicalism to a single dictatorial authoritarianist despot system.
The thing is,
right?
Even if you had a right wing, anarchy, complete anarchy. So you didn't have any. But right. Now you're still going to get factions. You're still going to get and that's funny because they believe in natural rights. I'm like, well, in an anarchy, the only quote unquote natural rights you are those you can back up with force.
Correct. Anarchy is not a governmental system. Anarchy it's black. It's the absence of government.
Right.
The dog thinks that this is an anarchy because he thinks he gets to eat whatever he wants, poop wherever he wants, and pee wherever he wants. Dogs live an anarchical life unless you impose authoritarianism on top of them.
Right.
Now, we're getting into a little bit about what I'm going to talk about on my stream, but my dog would say that I'm a dictator. I mean, he only eats when I say so. He doesn't get any say when he eats. I decide when he has a bath. I decide when he gets his flea medicine. That's up to me.
Right.
What about my rights?
Right. Although if you're in my house and this is my three, they go, ooh, and they whine, and then they get what they want.
Well, sure. Sure. He hasn't figured that out yet. Somehow he's almost 6 and he hasn't figured that out yet, that he could probably whine me into
So we have
me to do anything he wanted.
we do have we have 2 comments I want to bring up. One is I think Bregwin quote, the only qualified person Trump has ever hired was Stormy Daniels. Oh. Yes.
That's true. Yeah, that is accurate.
That is
That's
true.
an accurate statement.
That is true.
I don't even need to do any research. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, and she probably still didn't get paid enough for it.
I was about to say, and by the way, he underpaid her for her services.
Yeah,
No matter how much she got paid.
She got ripped off. The therapy alone. So and then oh wow, I guess somebody called you a liar. Jesus, I don't know that we. Yeah. Oh my God. So Maya has called you out. No, he did not ever get that tattoo. He lied to all of us.
No. I said the tattoo was when I got to 10,000 subscribers. I'm not at 10,000 subscribers. I've not. It's not my Twitter. It's my YouTube.
I do not remember that caveat. I kind of think that's a post.
You can ask Titan. You can ask Titan. We talked about it several times. It's at 10,000 subscribers is when I get the soy boy.
Where are you at now?
1,200, something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I mean, I haven't streamed or created any content in months because I was literally, there were 3 months. This is no lie. When I was working 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. And on Saturdays, I was working from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I had no time or energy for YouTube. I'm very thankful for this new contract.
Fellow business owner, I understand.
Yes. And now I'm on a much better contract where I'm making far more money and I'm working decent hours. So
let's do this. I'm gonna shill one thing that we've got, and then I want everyone to shill their stuff, and then we'll get back to. I got 1 or 2 other comments that I about a couple of political things here, but we are waiting on Palin. So just as a reminder, Sarah Palin is on the ballot twice tonight. She is on the ballot in their special election. Whoever wins that becomes the new congressman from Alaska to replace their previous one who had passed away. So that position will only go until January 1st, or not January 1st, but whenever it's early January.
January 20th or 21st?
He's the guy who's going to always know that shit. Yep. So until the new Congress, whoever wins in the special election is going to represent Alaska. Then they also have on the ballot the primary for that position. That will be decided in November. Whoever wins in November will then become their new representative. So she is on for both of those. So she could win the primary, which means she will be on the ballot in November to become their congressman. However, she is also currently on the ballot in the special election to replace the one that passed away, which means if she wins that, she will essentially be their new representative starting tomorrow. So that's an immediate.
And the intellect of Congress will drop.
That's really why we're covering this. I mean, part of this is for the lulls. There is a possibility
it's not true. Boebert's still there.
Well, yeah, but now it'll be worse, though.
Well, the average is certainly going to drop. I don't know where. It's a race to the bottom. It's a race to the bottom.
They have to start doing that bitch on a curve because
started from the bottom and they fell.
So so the reason we're covering this is because there is a possibility that people who wake up tomorrow will wake up to having to utter the phrase. The honorable woman the honorable gentlewoman from Alaska, and they will be referring to Sarah Palin. So we figured that was worth covering. We probably wouldn't have done it by itself. Wouldn't have done it if it was by itself, but we thought that Cheney, for wherever you stand on the political spectrum, I'm trying to figure out how and when I'm going to use the word patriot, because that word is overused. I hate the word for any number of reasons. But
I don't give people cookies for doing doing what they're supposed to do.
Well, yeah, except the thing is, while I agree with that to some extent, the reality is in this culture where we are today, it is what you're supposed to do. But so few people are doing it. I also don't believe in not recognizing when somebody impales their political career to do the right thing, because nobody's coming close to that now.
This goes to what Ethan was talking about before, the fact that there's whatever, even though we disagree to the extent that it is, that there's people on the political center left to the left that are lauding her a lot more better than she deserves, because again, her policies still suck ass. She's just has integrity and doesn't want the Constitution to be trod upon.
Right. She's a traditional Republican.
Right.
Which I could sit down and have debate. I did sit down and have many debates. One of my best friends in college was a very conservative Republican, supported the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, all that stuff. And we would have debates for hours. But he fucking hates Trump. Can't stand Trump. Never liked him. So I was more excited about Trump running. Here's a true story. I'm going to tell you this true story because I've never told this story before. The day before Trump ran, he and I were hanging out for some reason because he was my friend, I guess. But I said that I was excited about Trump running, and he was like, why? And I said, well, I have always liked people that are outside of politics running because it shakes things up. I don't want politics to get stagnant in this country. I want different ideas, different perspectives to come in. I don't know. I didn't really know what an awful person Donald Trump was at the time.
Yeah, no,
okay?
you weren't psychic.
I knew he was a guy who had a TV show. Like, that's what I knew about him at the time, okay? And we had this conversation. It was the day before the golden elevator. And he's like, I'll tell you what. How much do you know about him? He's, something like that. I was like, nothing. He's like, oh, you were going to eat those words. I promise you're going to eat those words. And man, the next day he had that golden elevator thing and the thing about, they're not sending their best or they're sending whatever it was he said, whatever the racist thing. I mean, the man said so much racist shit. It's kind of hard to remember when he said different ones. Yeah. And I remember I texted him. I was like, oh, okay. No, you were right. Well, yeah. Wow. Fuck this guy.
Well, this is why, while I didn't think he would actually get elected, but I remember, early to mid of the process where there were liberals that actually wanted him to, because he'll be so easy to beat, and I'm like, I learned for a long time ago from politics, you don't know. No, I mean, we can predict, we can try to make predictions, but at the end of the day, none of us knows as much as we think we do, because you just don't know what people are going to do, and I'm like, I never assume that somebody's out when they appear to be. I don't, and the thing is that of course all the racist things he said. That's why. This is the funny part, is because some people say, "Oh, we lost because of identity politics." I'm like, well, yes, but not in the way that you think. We lost,
right?
We lost because a large section of the population of this country identify with all the racist and sexist bullshit that he says and thinks. So it was about identity, but it wasn't about trans people, and it wasn't about people, minorities, and all this kind of stuff, and feminists. It was all about Gubertania saying, hey, he hates all the same people we do.
My dad and I have talked politics since I was a child. My dad and I love talking politics. We talked for probably an hour or two on the phone every week about political shit. We'll both be like, I have 10 minutes, and then an hour goes by. But we've had this term that we've used for a long time, and it's a popular term, but political calculus. And he and I have used that since I was a kid. Like, what's the political calculus on this? Like, we'll talk about that. Donald Trump broke my political calculus. When he said the morning before the primary, however he said, if I lose, it's rigged.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way. There's no way. And then he wins the primary, and I was like, this breaks the political calculus because what it broke was, do you know who Shelby Foote is?
I do not.
Shelby Foote. Okay.
No.
Shelby Foote wrote the book on the Civil War. Excuse me, the 20th century. It was the basis for Ken Burns' Civil War documentary that Ken Burns got famous for making. And Shelby Foote is in the documentary. And there's this part where he talks about, and Shelby was a Confederate sympathizer. Okay. So, but anyway, he says, the reason that the Civil War started is because we lost the ability to compromise, because America is built on compromise. He's right. Benjamin Franklin was supposed to write the Declaration of Independence. Okay. The entire Continental Congress wanted Ben Franklin to write it because he was Ben Franklin. He was Dr. Franklin. He wrote everything. Ben Franklin, by the time the Declaration of Independence was written, had been writing newspapers for like 50 years. He literally started his first newspaper when he was like 9. Okay. He'd written almanacs. The man wrote a book that standardized the way that we spelled words, and Oxford listened to him about how to spell words. That's who Ben Franklin was. He was a living goddamn legend. And the Continental Congress wanted him to write it, and he said no, because I know all of those, I don't think this is the wording he used, but all of those morons in South Carolina and Georgia are going to rewrite everything that I want to write. So this kid's going to write it. This 34-year-old lawyer from Virginia is going to write it. And Thomas Jefferson's like, I'm not anybody. And Benjamin Franklin was like, well, this is going to make you somebody. Thomas Jefferson sat in a room with no air conditioning because it didn't exist for 6 days, sweating his ass off. By the way, his child had died at home. He didn't know. And wrote the Declaration of Independence, took it back to the Continental Congress, and it was changed 82 times. 82 times it was changed. But it was changed, and at the end of the day, everybody voted for it. That is the spirit. Listen, all of these guys were slave owners and misogynists, and I'm not trying to praise any of them, okay? But that is the spirit of how this country started. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson hated one another for their entire lives until they were both like 77. And John Adams wrote Thomas Jefferson a letter and said, hey, listen, you and I need to exchange letters back and forth because we're both going to be dead in a few years. But we need to write letters back and forth so that the rest of American history can see how the two founders that disagreed the most and hated each other the most feel about stuff. And Thomas Jefferson wrote him a letter back and said, that's a great idea. Let's do that. And they exchanged letters for years, and they hated each other. Guys, when Thomas Jefferson beat John Adams in the 1800 election, Thomas Jefferson called it the Revolution of 1800. That's how much he hated John Adams. But he sat down and wrote letters to the man and listened to him and debated with him like a fucking human being. That's the spirit that we've lost. And the day that Trump was nominated was the day that I realized it. I should have realized it before then. I didn't, but now I know that if you replace Joe Biden and Donald Trump with Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, they would not be exchanging letters to each other about their feelings on politics. That is what we've lost.
Well, Trump doesn't have any feelings on politics. Anyway.
Well, he doesn't have any feelings. But our only hope in this country is to regain it. If we don't, it's not just a civil war that's coming. One last thing, and then I'll shut up, I promise. Abraham Lincoln in 1858 gave a speech. It's the House a house divided must not fall speech. It's one of his it's his most famous speech besides the Gettysburg Address. Okay, it's a line from the Bible. But what he said in that speech was that there is no army in Asia or Europe that could invade this nation and take a drink from the Ohio River. The only way this nation falls is from within. And it almost did. And it's either going to again or it's not. and we can either listen to each other and try to work together, or we're fucking dead because we're gonna kill each other.
Well, see, here's that sounds nice. There's one issue I have with it.
Sure. Oh, I have lots of issues with it.
But see, here's the one difference. So now it was easier for people to be in that position because basically large swaths of the population had no political power.
Sure.
So you basically had people with political power debating over, money and a few other things.
Sure.
Well, in that time, we've made a lot of progress. Not enough, but we've certainly made progress. But what's happening now is that one party basically says, I don't like the progress we've made over the last 50, 80, 100 years. And I want to roll that back.
Right.
And then you have everyone else who disagrees with that for a variety of reasons, and then maybe has different ideas. Like you said, there's traditional Republicans who don't like Trump. They're out there, and then there's the Democrats and there's leftists and everybody else. The problem right now is as far as who's in charge of things, there is no accommodation. There's no compromise that says, well, okay, you can only beat up trans people every other day, or right. You can only take women's rights away some days. You can only treat black people as second-class citizens, on alternate Thursdays. There is no compromise because that's the thing. It's not about moving forward. They want to move back to a time when a lot of people had a lot worse off than they do now.
Yeah.
So this is the problem. Because
I'm not saying it's the left that needs to compromise.
No, I know, but I mean the thing
it's not the left that needs to listen. I agree with you.
Yeah, that's the thing. And so it's like, but the thing is, but I've seen a lot of people, though, not you, but I've seen a lot of people that feel like, well, just to come together, and they're like, no. The other thing too that I also do point out to people. And again, you're someone who studied political science, so you'll understand. I'm going to use a term that I don't think is an official term, but you're going to understand what I mean. Mm-hmm. There's a difference between a centrist and a middletarian. Maybe you don't know what I mean. Okay.
No, I mean I do. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so right now, I mean, I think we would both agree that what is passing for the typical in the Republican Party in Congress, and I'm not going to talk about the rank and file because it's harder to judge, but the people that are in Congress that are elected representatives that have an R next to their name, that these people, we said before, a lot of them, they're not actual conservatives, they're radicals. They're really far out to the right.
They're alt-right, yeah.
They're alt-right. So see, the thing is, what a centrist hasn't really changed.
Sure.
And I keep trying to explain that to people, but the middle has changed. When one side is way the fuck over here, the middle, the splitting the baby in two, gets you somewhere that's actually fairly far to the right. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm calling a middletarian. These people, it's the false dichotomy of like, well, let's take what they think and let's take what you think and we'll just split the baby.
Sure,
no.
Sure. Well, it's a combination of two things. It's first of all, it's the Overton window.
Right.
And it's Dunning-Kruger. So Overton window is just the line at which you get from right to left. Where the center is the Overton window.
Right.
And Dunning-Kruger says, basically, the less competent you are in a discipline, the more you think you know about it. And the more competent you are to discipline, the less you realize you know about it.
Right.
And it's used to say, like, stupid people think they know things. Well, it's not about stupidity. It's about competence. It's why somebody can say life begins at fertilization. And I can say, when does fertilization happen? And they're like, that's not the point. Well, no, that would literally be the point. But you can't describe fertilization because you don't even know what a blastocyst is and how many cells are in a blastocyst versus how many cells are in a zygote. By the way, a zygote has one cell. That's why it's a zygote. Anyway, my point is, so you've got an Overton window that has moved right because you've got people as I was talking about earlier, you've got people that are in the Democratic Party at the top of the party that wish trans people were erased, that don't respect non-traditional marriage, that are anti-reproductive health care, and that's seen as, conservative Democrat. That's how far right we are. I'm an evil democratic socialist. Here's the evil things I want to do. I want everyone to have free health care. I wish my job didn't exist.
Right.
That's how much of a democratic socialist. I wish that there was no health insurance to sell.
Right.
I would love that. That would be great if I was out of a job. I wish that everybody had that. They don't, and that's one of the reasons I do it, because most of my clients make less than $1,800 a month, and I feel a responsibility to help really poor people get health care where I can. I think that all education should be free. Thomas Jefferson, one of the great things Thomas Jefferson did was he founded the University of Virginia, and he founded it on the idea that it would be free and that anybody would get to go to the University of Virginia and learn. That was the whole idea behind it.
Right.
I think that, healthcare decisions shouldn't be made by the state. They should be made by people and their healthcare providers. And if their providers say they need a certain type of healthcare, then they should be able to get it. And they shouldn't have to pay for it. Those are the evil, dark, nasty, horrible things that I believe as a democratic socialist. What a horrible person I am.
You miscreant you.
I know. And it's like, and I see these things about how democratic socialists are evil and we're demonic. And I'm like, I don't even believe that demons exist. I'm a fucking pagan. I don't believe in Satan. I think that it's a joke. Like, you invented Satan in like the 1600s or 1800s or something. And now suddenly he's a thing.
At least that concept of it anyway.
Right. The concept of it. Right. There was the nemesis, I think, in the Bible.
Yeah.
But, literally on the other side are people like, I don't think that gay people should be able to get married. I don't think that trans people exist. And it's like, that's not the opposite of me.
Right.
That's not opposite of me politically. Opposite of me politically is a capitalist. Like, I'm here as a socialist and capitalists are over here. And I'm like, I disagree. I think that we should have more progressive taxation. And the conservative comes in and goes, we should kill the trans. We should kill all of them for being trans. And by the way, you're all pedophiles and child groomers. Goodbye. And I'm like, whoa, I'm talking about like taxation, dude. So it's not even a dichotomy. It's a
even as far as socialism and capitalism. I mean, someone told me it's called a compatibilist, where you basically are like, okay, socialism is really good for certain things, and a market economy is really good for other things, and let those two things do the just.
Do you know what I do when I wake up? I'm going to tell you guys a secret. Every single morning between 9 a.m. and 10:30, when I'm not taking calls, do you know what I do? I trade the stock market. Oh my God. I trade on the stock market. I have investments in the stock market. I don't think that the stock market is inherently evil. No. I think that there are evil things about the stock market that I would like to fix.
Well, you know what? That your progressive liberal bona fides have been pulled. You are no longer welcome on the show. Thank you so much for coming, Ethan. But I think
was never welcome on the show. That's a lie. Yeah. I brute forced my way in here.
And the thing is, I literally had people screaming at me because I own a business and I do have employees. And I'm like, I'm literally the last person. Like, I've gone months without drawing a paycheck because I got to pay the bills. I got to pay my employees.
Sure.
And I have, full benefits package, the whole deal. And they're like, it doesn't matter how much of the wealth you split with your employees, you're exploiting them. Like, no, there's been times where I made less money than everybody who was full time. Literally everybody was making more money than me because we were having a bad year, and so that's just the way it is. That's the downside of being a business owner, a small business owner, right? Sometimes you don't make any money, and I'm like, what? I'm like, I worked too. My work had my labor had value too.
Right.
And like, you don't know what these things mean. They're not incompatible with one another. You know this, but I mean, a lot of people don't. And I'm like, And the same thing again with the ANCAPs. Like, having basically collectivism, which really is collectivism. Collectivism is not anathema to freedom. It's not even anathema to a market economy.
Right. No, yeah. And the other thing about a market economy is that it only exists with progressive taxation. The only way a market economy could exist with regressive taxation would be if it was fascist and owned by the state and run by the state. That's the only way. A market economy would require taxes. And if you don't understand what the hell I mean, the conversation we had about Sirius's shirt arriving at the store.
Right.
The market economy requires taxation, and it requires progressive taxation because you got to have enough money in the market to create the infrastructure and keep that infrastructure going to support the market economy. You can't have it on only regressive taxation.
That's right. You're not going to volunteerism your way to a healthy road system, transportation system. That's not.
I was gonna grill some beef this afternoon, but I really feel like fixing the roads. You got some asphalt in your garage? I think I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go fill in some potholes. I'm gonna go grab my backhoe.
Oh yeah, I mean they're so ridiculous. It's like, and the thing is, it's like, well, as I pointed out, I said, okay, they tried to tell me, well, I don't drive in the roads, I don't leave my house. Products get to your house, right? Yes, you use the roads. Whether you have never stepped on them ever in your life,
sure,
other people do and get things to you. And without those roads, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Do you use electricity?
Yeah, I do lots of it.
Okay. Unless you have solar panels.
I do actually, but
but I mean, unless your power is completely generated by solar and wind power, and maybe it is.
There's a few who do that. Yeah.
They're out there. They're out there. They're out there. Yes. The amount of people who are actual off the grid, and if you're an actual off the grid libertarian, prove it. Well, see how long you'd make it.
Well, that's right. Because if you were truly off the grid, that means you're not buying manufactured products. You're literally living off the land, and you're chopping down flax and making clothing. And
I just saw probably 50 miles from me the other day. It was on, I think, Zillow. It's about 200 acres of land for about $200,000. There's water running through it. There's a creek on it. I think there's a pond too as a reservoir. You can go be as libertarian as you want to. Go on out there.
Right. If you're not earning any money, there's no taxes, right?
Sure. There's no roads, by the way.
Well, and that's why it's so cheap, is because it's like it's out in the middle of nowhere and there's nothing. I assume
it's unpowered, it's unwatered.
Yeah, there's no.
Right.
You'd literally you'd be starting from scratch. When I looked at it, there's a road that goes past it, but the road itself that goes past it is like a mile from where the property starts.
Right.
So you'd have to leave the road, go out a mile into just wilderness, and then you're on your property. You can do whatever the fuck you want, I guess.
Well, this is, if you remember a number of years ago, Alex Jones and his ilk were like, we're gonna make some libertarian haven, which of course they're not libertarians, but make some libertarian haven in Montana. And I was like, I actually told one guy, like, do it, man, do it. Show me the way. You show me that it works. I'm a pragmatist at the end of the day. I don't. That's why I always hated the term worldview. My worldview is, does it work? Is it hurting people or not? Okay. Now, so like, if you could show me, you could set up what you think will work, and show me it work. Fuck, I'll go along with it.
Yeah, go on out there. Go build yourself. You can go cut down some trees, build yourself a log cabin, grab some batteries and some solar panels and a wind turbine. Go have a blast.
Have a blast.
Go blast. I like the internet. I like having roads.
Well, and those products also were on some level. There's an embedded, cost of the roads, and all the other things in those are not cost benefit of. I should say.
Where's the solar? Like, are you mining? Are you taking sand and like forming your own glass to create the solar panel and the photovoltaic cells? Are you reading a book that tells you how to do it? Or mining iron and creating steel to create the frame?
Well, another thing too, like ANCAPs, what they'll do is when you bring up roads, they'll laugh. They'll go, because they'll say, well, they'll point out there's private roads. Well, actually, the bulk of private roads were actually built with public money, and then sold to a private concern. And even the ones that were built strictly with private money, there was already a market because there was already a network of roads built with public money that the private road could connect to. So
Correct.
so it's like, yeah, so sure. So people said, well, you could build a road and charge a toll. Great.
Sure.
Well, you connected the endpoints are on public property.
Right.
So
all roads lead to Rome, motherfucker.
Exactly.
and Rome's gonna collect her taxes.
Exactly. So it's just like unless there was that system of publicly funded roads, you wouldn't make any money because no one could get to your damn private road.
Right. I mean, again, the idea that all taxation is all taxation is theft, right? Is ludicrous. If you're a participating member of a society, go buy yourself an island out in the middle of the Pacific, and you don't have any taxes to pay.
Well, and here's the other thing too. Like in the United States, before the system of roads we have was built, there was the option. Businesses, private concerns had the option of building a road network. But you know what they did? They knocked on the government's door and said, hey, you know what? Roads would be really good for us. Can you build us some roads?
There's a city in South Carolina called Greenwood. I've performed at the nearby Abbeville Theater, which is a very old vaudeville theater. I got to perform a show there back in 2009. Anyway, Greenwood in the early 50s. Yes, Greenwood in the early 50s.
I was in Greenville, not Greenwood. Sorry.
No, not Greenville. Greenwood.
I know, but I was.
Greenville, but you don't know Greenwood. Okay.
I don't know Greenwood.
Greenwood, nobody does. Greenwood was one of the stops on the railroad. And when the Eisenhower administration was building the interstate, I-26 was going to go from Columbia to Greenwood and up to Greenville. And the Greenwood Council said, we don't want your damn money here. You keep your money out of here. We don't want your interstates through Greenwood. And the federal government was like, okay. And nowadays, as I said, you've heard of Greenville and you've never heard of Greenwood. Right. When we would want to go up to Greenville to watch movies and stuff, down to Greenwood to watch movies or, whatever's playing at the Abbeville Theater. If you're traveling from Columbia, it's an hour and a half. And if you're traveling south from Greenville, it's roughly an hour. Out in the middle of nowhere with state roads with no lights. I mean, it's like you're driving into a horror film. Nice. And Greenwood could have been, who knows what the size of the city it could have been. And now that entire section of the state has no interstates. Right. Because they said, no, we don't want your damn money here.
Yeah, so instead you have the interstate, 85 to the north that goes, from Charlotte to Atlanta, and then below that you got, down to Columbia, then over to Augusta, and then over to Atlanta. Yeah, and then it's just like in the middle of this nothing.
Right. From Columbia to the state line of South Carolina. Columbia is in the middle of South Carolina. Yeah. Between Columbia and the state line, there are fewer people that live in that section of South Carolina than there are in the entire Orlando metro area. There are 2 million people that live in western South Carolina. There are about 2.3 people that live in the Orlando metro area.
All right. Well, let me. Okay. So what I'd like to do is I want to come back to a couple of different topics. We are waiting on Palin to see if she is a congressman or not, and hopefully those will start coming in half an hour. These are not national elections, so they don't come in as quickly, but we'll take a look at it. Before we go any further, though, I'd like to talk to each of you a little bit and find out where people can find you, what kind of content you do. Now, Ethan, you had said you had been gone for a while. You are now back and producing content. Where can people find you? And we'll be dropping the link in a minute. And
YouTube.com/progressive liberal.
We'll make sure that's also in the link. So that's where people can find you. And what kind of content do you do?
Stuff.
So okay, so obviously, okay. A couple of things just for our audience so that they can see what it is. He does cooking. He does cooking shows. He apparently he experiments a lot, and he does shows.
Dog petting videos. I'm very good at petting dogs. Hi.
And shows where he betrays lifelong friends and supporters by saying he trades on the stock market and doing stuff like. I mean, we forgive him, you know.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. I can't.
Yeah, well, I used to act too, but there's a reason I stopped.
So to answer your question, I finally today got my permanent schedule for the next year and a half. Thank God. I was supposed to have it last week, which is why I went ahead and was like, I'm going to stream next week. And then I didn't, and then my washer broke. Still waiting on the pump for the washer to come. So I'm literally wearing my last clean shirt right now. It's a true story.
Oh yeah, I will say. I will say this. I invited you to a stream earlier, and I was like, I don't have any clean clothes. I was like, you realize we're not going to be in the same.
Smell you on the internet.
I found
a cache. Room. You're aware, right?
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
I found a cache of some shirts I forgot I had, and underwear I forgot I had. So I have some clean clothes to get me through when the washer gets fixed on Friday. But my plan is right now to do one live show a week. Let me look at my schedule. One live show a week, probably on Tuesday nights at 8:00 Eastern. I'm going to be writing on my Substack. I'm going to write you an article once a week. And I would also like to do a pre-edited video each week. Probably to come out on Saturdays. Again, I'm getting used to this new work schedule, which it's even weird to say that I have a work schedule, but I literally have a work schedule. What that means is I have to be available to answer the phone if a client calls. That's what that means. Like between those hours, somebody could call at any time. I absolutely have to. I have 15 seconds to answer the phone, and if not, I can get written up, reprimanded, whatever. So I literally can't create content during those hours, but I can be on Twitter, which is why I am all the time. And you should follow me on Twitter at ProLibShow. The show has had many names. It will once again be the ProLib Show. That was the original name. And it will be that again. We're going to basically my live shows are going to be like me ranting for 30 minutes and then I'll answer questions. And
You've all seen a preview. This has been a preview. You've all seen a preview of, yeah.
It's a preview of this is what I do. And then if I feel up to it, we have a twitch.tv/EthanPlaysLive. If I feel up to it, we'll go on Twitch and play video games or something. I've got a lot of content I'd like to make. And I don't have time to. So some of the content that normally would be a video is going to end up being on my Substack. The reason I'm using Substack is because I was going to use my coffee for it, but I don't really like the way in which I have to write articles on coffee. Like I don't like their editor. So 90% probably of my articles that I write on Substack are going to be free. So you won't have to pay for anything. If the Substack starts to get popular and we start to get people on there and they're like, we want more written content from you, I might like say, okay, if you pay, then I'll do some paid exclusive content on Substack. But I think I have one person that's found me on Substack, and it's just prolibshow.substack.com. Like it's very simple. I know there's a lot of people that don't like Substack because Substack has a lot of people on it that aren't great people and promote things that aren't great. I understand that. Charlotte Clymer, who's one of the most prominent trans activists on the planet, she uses Substack. Aaron Rupar uses Substack. There's a lot of very prominent Democratic and leftist voices that are on Substack. So, you know, I don't like that Substack promotes some of the people or allows some of the people on the platform that they do, but they do. I don't like some of the people that YouTube allows on their platform, but they do. I don't like some of the people that Twitch allows on their platform, but they do. So I'm not going to be a hypocrite and be like, well, I'm going to use something besides Substack when I'm here on YouTube or when I'm on Twitch. Like it's just, you know, anyway, it's not a moral battle. It's not a moral hill I'm willing to die on. And it allows me to present to you content in ways that, like I've looked into Ghost, I've looked into a couple other ones, and Substack, they've got like an iPhone app where it's just super easy. If you have the Substack app, it's just super easy to find stuff, super easy to use stuff. So that's where we're at. So there you go. That's how you can find me. Twitter @ProLibShow, YouTube, youtube.com/progressiveliberal, prolibshow.substack.com, twitch.tv/EthanPlaysLive. There you go.
All right. Thank you. Now, Joe, many people don't know where you're from. I'm most a fan of your work actually
and
on
I'm gonna be
another
right
person's. Perfect. I'm a fan of your work on somebody else's channel. Christopher Monty has a channel, and you come on and give him a hard time, and I'm a biggest fan of that. I am a huge supporter. If you had a Patreon page dedicated to harassing Monty, I would certainly be there. But when you are not harassing Monty, Joe, tell us a little bit about yourself, where people can find you, and anything else.
All right. Well, Serious Mind, spelled like the dog star, and MINED, as in having been extracted from deep places. Because I like plays on words. And so, yeah, YouTube, blah, blah, /Serious Mind. And it's mind, not minded. Although I am serious minded, but my channel is Serious Mind, MINED, SIRIUS MINED. I have not made much content in the last few years on my channel, unfortunately. Every time I get motivated, something happens that demotivates me. And then now I'm dealing with the fact that the editor that I used to use is no longer supported, and I'm lazy and have not spent the time to learn a new editor. But so most of what you will find of me has been in live streams like this one and Chris's, and also on the Dinner Club, which used to be called the Breakfast Club, but we decided to change it because there's like 80 million channels called the Breakfast Club. And so, but unfortunately, for those of you who know, Got That Funk, he's been having some family issues, and it's the Dinner Club is his channel, so, right, it's his alt channel. So we have not had a live stream for a couple months, and we will not have one for probably a few more months yet. I've also been, for those of you who know, she used to be known as DevShell2. Now she's known as Raven J. And we were doing a show called The Raven's Nest. We did a few, but that's been kind of on hiatus as well. So mostly it's just when I show up in people's things and they let me yap for a while. I do have desire to make more content of some sort. Unfortunately, I'm literally, as we're doing this, I've been actually doing work over here. So we got a few projects going on. Public sector work, there's lots of it. But basically, so when I make content, my content, I started here doing, atheism, counter apologetics, I consider myself an anti-theist. However, I do not agree with the anti-theist who thinks being an anti-theist means being against theists. I don't think you have to be a dickhead to theists. You just simply believe that the world overall would be better if there were not an unquestionable authority that people will cling to justify whatever bullshit they want to justify. But yeah, you don't have to be a dick to people just because you feel that they're wrong about the God question. And so Chris cringes when I say I'm an anti-theist because he's thinking of all those guys, and I'm like, yeah, I get it.
He busts my balls. He goes, "You are not an anti-theist, Nick." I said, "I actually really am." He goes, "You really are not." I was like, "I really am." I wrote like a whole treatise on the subject. I was like, "I really am."
Yeah, I really am. But again, most of a lot of the people I know are theists, right? So I'd have to, if I was going to be a dick, I'd have to be a dick to people who I care about, and I'm not going to do that. So then I've extended that to even the people I don't necessarily like. That I'll try not to be a dick to them too, because I don't want them to be a dick to me. That whole golden rule thing, which predates Christianity.
Which Jesus started. No, that was Jesus. Secretly, it was Jesus.
And I guess, as I said, I am. So more often than like, I kind of got done doing a lot of the atheist stuff simply because, not that there wasn't more to say, but since a lot of it really kind of goes more into the political side, because again, I don't care what you believe for the most part, but I do care when it starts affecting other people. So my content has tended to be more into the political vein over the last few years, and also Black consciousness, because it's something that growing up as a mulatto person, which I know that's an old archaic word, but that's the word I grew up with, so I'm going to use it. I don't care if you don't like it. I'm calling myself that, not anybody else. So get over it. But so that's the thing. That's why I understand, people marginalized people with identity issues, trying to deal with identity issues, because it's always been an issue for me. Always. Where do you fit? It's why I always identified with the Spock character, because he was the man of two worlds that didn't fit anywhere except on the Enterprise. Which is why I don't like the Abrams verse, because they got rid of that dynamic. But anyway.
Don't get me fucking started on
Yeah, really. But,
Here we go.
So I have gotten into that. I've made a lot of videos, because again, as we've seen, as the whole quote unquote great debate community kind of winded down, and there was less interaction between theists and atheists, and then it became where the atheist community kind of split into right-wing atheists and left-wing atheists, and the right-wing atheists were just attacking marginalized people. That to me, to my observation of the anti-woke crowd happened when the atheist community fractured. So my thing is that, well, fuck those guys, and I'm going to say what I got to say and why I got to say it. Also, as I get older, as I've become tired of dealing with the double standards and all that I feel the need to address it, because it affects me. But I also and I say I endeavor to be an ally. I don't say I never call myself an ally, but I'm also circumspect about it, because I've come to the realization that you can't declare yourself an ally. Other people may declare you their ally, but they get to make that decision and not you. You can try to be their ally, but you can't, if you say you're somebody's ally and they say you're not, then you're not. That's because that's how alliances work. And one big thing I am very big on is that for everyone who's on to any degree on the left, whether they're center left or leftist and everything in between, that and this is something I've thought for even going back into the 90s, that we fight over the scraps, and meanwhile, the meal grows cold on the table, because we're arguing over who's got it worse and other ridiculous bullshit. And so to me, if I want other people to be my ally, then I need to be their ally, because that's how alliances work. If you support me and I don't support you, then we're not in an alliance. You're my supporter. But if I support you and you support me, then perhaps we are in an alliance, because we're working toward mutual benefit. And alliances don't necessarily have to be exactly equal. There can be an imbalance between the two. But the fact is that you're still, because really think of it, the United States and the Netherlands, they're allies. Look, the United States contributes more to that alliance than the Netherlands do. However, they're still allies. They still work toward mutual benefit. So I feel it's incumbent upon me for all marginalized communities, including poor white dudes, that we should support one another, and then we will truly be allies. And because here's the thing, if you add us all up, we're actually the bulk of the population. If you take all women and all trans people and other LGBTQ people and all non-white people and poor white dudes, that's like 80% of everybody. We could do whatever the fuck we wanted if we were all really together and didn't fight over stuff. So that's what I would like to do. So that's a long-winded way to say what I said, but that's okay.
I'm fine with it.
Well, I just as a no. Why don't you, Ethan? Were you going to say something, and then I'll.
Oh, I have two fun facts. I was just going to say, when you're ready, I have two fun facts to share.
Oh, right. Well, I want to make the observation. It was just funny because when Joe came in, he was just like, well, I don't know who Ethan is. And so Joe, Ethan, Joe, and I will share your contact information because the two of you will absolutely get along. I know this because I've actually streamed with each of you a great deal, and it was pretty clear watching the show.
So,
oh, and he just went there. Okay.
I did. Listen, I even let one in my house one time. He couldn't take his shoes off, but you know.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Wow. Yeah. Anyways, but you actually you were what you didn't realize is that you've actually both co-hosted Overtime. So you actually have. So yeah, he was. So Ethan took a hiatus, and Joe was actually co-hosting after you, Ethan. So you both have. So that's. We've streamed with both of you, but it was just it's just a little weird because it didn't cross my mind until earlier. Like oh yeah, the two of you have actually never met, and our audience knows each of you very, very well. So
two sheepdogs that pass out tonight.
There you go. So I have a clip that I've been wanting to play, and we'll make sure that all these links get in the description. And Titan has been dropping them. Porpoise did say this. Sinister Porpoise.
Titan who? Titan who?
Titan Uranus, which I'm going to say a couple times because here's the other thing: Porpoise doesn't want to say his name on her channel and is looking for an After Dark. So we will do an After Dark, and we'll make sure you can only come into the After Dark if everybody says Titan Uranus. So that's going to be the deal. After Dark.
That's fair.
We'll do that. That'll be the you can either super chat or say Titan Uranus, and it'll be read. Whatever you feel will be read.
That's fair.
I just want to say that I felt for a long time that the two best channel names in the history of channel names were Titan Uranus and Sokka.
Sokka's a good one.
That's a pretty great
Sokka's really good.
I'm
a huge fan of Sokka's. I really like Sokka.
I think the chat on the screen froze again.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I don't know why it's do that. Yeah, it's you're probably right. I'll look at it. All right, so I do have a clip of an interesting. It's a callback to something we were talking about earlier with teachers. It merges teachers and Trump. So, but if we can, so let's do that. And now, so we've been talking about teachers. This is a kindergarten teacher. And she's explaining a concept to a difficult student. This student has a difficult time with concepts, has a difficult time with personal responsibility, and has a difficult time understanding why the FBI raided his home in Florida. So she is explaining this to that student. I think she does a marvelous job and shows you why teachers have to have a tremendous amount of education and skill. So without further ado, this is a kindergarten teacher explaining to Donald Trump why Mar-a-Lago was raided.
Thank you so much for cleaning up the ketchup, my friend. That was really responsible, and I appreciate that. Are you feeling calm and safe and ready to talk? Okay, great. How are you feeling now? Sad. Yeah, I get it. Frustrated, maybe? Me too. Do you understand why they took those items from you? No, not for no reason, friend. Those did not belong to you. You took them home and you were not supposed to, so they took them back. The FBI. Yeah. We need to start taking some responsibility for our actions. Do you know what responsibility means? Listen, everybody makes mistakes, okay? Even grown-ups make... You're a grown-up. Okay. No, honey, we cannot go play golf right now. We need to stay inside. Okay.
So that is... I was going to play that earlier, and I know the opportunity has passed, and I probably should do a callback to 3 or 4 hours ago, but frankly, I was like, I'm not going through the night without playing that clip.
It's beautiful.
That was awesome.
Okay, you're a grown-up. Okay.
Okay.
Does that as I could not reproduce
Well,
that.
I saw her. If my response seems muted, I saw it earlier on Twitter.
Okay.
So this is not the first time I saw it. When I first saw it, I was laughing very hard.
Yes, yeah. No,
It's beautiful.
Almost everybody's seen it by now, but I was like, we're going to play it. So, all right, Ethan, you had a couple of facts, and then hopefully within 10 minutes we'll have some idea of what's going to happen in Alaska.
I have 2 fun facts for you. Fun fact number 1, a reminder that Liz Cheney will continue to sit on the January 6th committee for 5 more months. So anyone calling her politically irrelevant, not for 5 more months.
Well, more than that, now she's dangerous because she's got nothing to lose, at least in terms of Congress.
Well, and not only that, she's got a lot to gain if she's running for president in 2024.
Yeah.
And there's nothing more dangerous than the person with nothing left to lose.
Right. Fun fact number 2, and I think this is even funner. This is more funner. This is the funnerest.
More funnerest.
Fact.
Most more funnerest.
Yes. Jim and Faye Palin are Sarah Palin's ex-in-laws. Okay. Jim and Faye Palin are the parents of Sarah Palin's ex-husband.
Mm-hmm.
They are hosting a party tonight for Nick Begich, who's running against Sarah Palin.
They can literally say the Palins would like to invite you to our party for the
yes.
Which reminds me please.
Oh no, go ahead, please.
Well, something I had missed too. I was looking at Cheney's final fundraising had to be closed door, and they had to have security because she's been getting so many threats on her life, and it's I'm sorry. Yeah, that's completely off top. But yeah,
the thing is, the left is not the one sending all the death threats. You don't see Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz posting all of their death threats like Eric Swalwell does every day. And it's not just Eric Swalwell's like, I got a death threat. Like, he'll post the audio on Twitter of the voicemails he gets at his office from people that are like, I wish all your kids were dead. I mean, he gets terrible, horrible things said to him every day. He's like, I'm just a politician trying to make your life better. Why are you threatening my family? Yeah. It's sad. It's sad what our politics have become. This isn't political. This is stochastic terrorism.
So, question for each of you: prediction: will Trump ever be charged with anything criminally? And if he is, will he be convicted, or what do you think will happen? Let's start with Joe.
I think it's increasingly getting to the point where it'll be hard for him not to be charged with something. Now, whether or not he can get convicted, the problem is he's got too many sympathizers, so I think that's going to be hard to actually convict him of anything. But I think him getting charged with something criminally is a near certainty.
Ethan?
And one of the reasons why, and this is one of the things I've been trying to tell my friends, because a lot of people are like, because obviously it's been a while. January 6th was a long time ago, right? So people are like, they're Democrats are doing nothing. And I'm like, they are trying to build a series of airtight cases. They could have charged him, February 1st, but they wanted to stick. Because think about it, he got impeached twice. Even after January 6th, he got impeached a second time. He still couldn't, because of course the Republicans were never gonna, kick him out. That's just what. Even though we now know from the committee that there were Republicans that were even talking about invoking the 25th Amendment.
Yes.
So there were Republicans that wanted him out that still wouldn't vote for it in public. So the fact that we have anything, have the committee is a good thing, but they're basically trying to build. That airtight case. And a lot of what the committee, somebody said, well, the committee's not going to be able to really do anything because they can't, level charges. I said, right, but here's the difference. Everything the committee produces is public record and can be entered into court cases as is. Because it's already vetted, it's already, it's congressional record. So this is why they're basically using that to kind of boost their criminal cases against him. So I know it's frustrating because we weren't seeing anything happening up to this point, but I would much rather have it take longer and get the motherfucker for all the things he did wrong and all the illegal shit that he's done, than rush into it because it feels good. It doesn't feel good if he gets away with it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. In fact, there's very little that feels worse than when you think you got him. And
very little, because then he and more importantly than him, because again, I'm not convinced that he's going to be the nominee. I think Ethan, I think you said that he really can't be the nominee, and I agree with. If you did say that, I agree with that. But the thing is that what I'm more concerned with is that if he gets away scot-free, and if we flub this effort, that all the January 6th was a practice run for the next time, because they're going to try to do some of the shit again. But if there's actually some accountability, if people go to jail for what they did, and right now there's rank and file going to jail, but we need people that are higher up the food chain to go to jail. That's the one thing that will prevent it from happening again.
Ethan?
Merrick Garland put away Timothy McVeigh, put away the Unabomber. Merrick Garland's not a man, not a prosecutor, who shies away from big, difficult cases and put away two of the most prominent white supremacists of the late 20th century.
I'm betting Trump wishes he was on the Supreme Court, but at any rate,
well,
I'm not bitter.
Yeah. I think Merrick Garland understands he has to charge him. DOJ leaked today, and DOJ only leaks when it wants to. Don't forget about that. But they leaked today that there were weeks of conversations that Merrick Garland was having with his advisors on whether or not to raid Mar-a-Lago. And they decided that they had to, because they knew that the documents that were there were not secured to the appropriate level that documents of that sensitivity needed to be. We also know that the DOJ got the surveillance video for like 6 months from Mar-a-Lago. And that when they asked where the documents were one time, the boxes were moved. And then they were moved back into that closet. Where were they moved in Mar-a-Lago, and what room was that, and what people went into that room? The issue is, Reality Winner went to jail for 4 years for stealing one document. Donald Trump had 11 boxes of documents. The issue is not with charging him. It's not really with prosecuting him. The issue is with sentencing him. You cannot put a former president of the United States in any penitentiary. The logistics of securing him are batshit insane. You'd have to empty out the prison, and you'd have to use Secret Service as all the guards, or so. I mean, it would be nuts. You can't do that. So even if he's prosecuted, he's going to just get house arrest. Okay, you're not going to see him perp walked in an orange jumpsuit into Rikers. All right, it's not happening. Stop with that shit. Okay. I think you have to charge him. For all the same reason, for all the things that Joe just said, you have to charge him. And Merrick Garland, I guarantee you, Merrick Garland does not want to charge him, because that is what we've already seen this in the last 2 weeks. We've seen two radical alt-right people die when they tried to orchestrate attacks on federal law enforcement. There are going to be more of them, a lot more of them, because they're not going to stop, because these people are being radicalized on TikTok by other radicals and foreign actors. I mean, the person who was who is the most happy about this entire thing is Vladimir Putin, because he gets to prove at how fucked up the West is every single day. Because he gets to look at point and say, look at all the stochastic terrorism. Capitalism doesn't work. Democracy doesn't work. Look, you can look over there at the United States. It doesn't work. They're falling apart. They're at each other's throats. They're trying to kill each other. So Russia loves this. Putin himself loves every moment of it. And charging Donald Trump will be a huge win for Vladimir Putin, because he'll get to look and say, look, Donald Trump, who we love, who the Russians love, America is persecuting him and America is charging him unfairly, and democracy doesn't work and republics don't work. And that's why I'm your dictator. That's why you need me, because you don't want to have a government like theirs. And that's what their, excuse for freedom brings you is, this type of degeneracy. I know I could write for RT. But Merrick Garland has to, because of the rule of law. No one is above the law. Donald Trump isn't above the law. It doesn't matter if you like Donald Trump or you love Donald Trump, you think he's the greatest president we ever had. He stole classified and top secret documents. We can see it on the damn inventory sheet. He had them in his possession. He was not supposed to. That is a federal crime. And you have to charge him for it. Because here's the thing, if you don't charge Donald Trump, anybody else can do it. And they can say, well, they didn't charge Donald Trump, and the case is going to get thrown out. So Merrick Garland, to preserve the rule of law in the United States, he has to do it.
Well, and the other thing, and I think everybody who watches this show probably has some idea anyway, well, we've already discussed it at a minimum too. I forget the year the act was, but the whatever, no, it wasn't, okay. Wow. Yeah, I should look at my notes before I dive too deeply into this. But essentially, the Supreme Court ruled that classification flows from the president. So, yes, the president can declassify documents. However, they explicitly said that the exception to that was any document that by law had an exception, and said that the president couldn't do that. And they left that open, that could be declared at any time. Any law can be passed that does that.
And there's a process for declassification.
Yep.
You have to inform, classified documents. If you've never seen a classified document on it says its level of classification, why it's classified, and it may include stuff like only people who hold, this level of security clearance who are also read into these programs are allowed to look at this document. And you're only allowed to look at it in a SCIF. And you can't have your cell phone on you, and all of these different security protocols. And you can't just keep them in a box at your house.
I can't believe we've reached the point where we actually have to say that of the SCI? I mean, yeah.
Here's the other thing. Here's why it's dangerous. Let's talk about that. Okay. Let's say that we've got some new nuclear missile, okay? That can shoot down, or not nuclear, it's a nuclear missile defense system, okay? And I don't know if we have this. I'm literally making all of this up off the top of my head, but let's pretend that we did. And let's pretend that we had an agreement with Ukraine, okay? To place 5 of these installations in Ukraine that would shoot down missiles if Russia decided to fire nuclear missiles at us, okay? There's like 5 people at the Pentagon that know about it. There's probably 100 people that know about the development of the weapon, and another 100 people that know how to operate it and that are actually operating it, Marines or Army, whoever's, at the installations. Okay. Again, making all of this up off the top of my head. So there's like 250 people that know that it exists, know that it works, know where it is. Not all the people that know that it exists, know how it works. Not all the people who know how it works know how it was developed, right? You want to keep all of that compartmentalized because you don't want Russia to find out that you have this missile system so that they can counteract it in some way. Okay. But to support all of those people, you have other people that are in support structures that deliver them food, that make sure that they're paid, that make sure that their family has a home at an army base or a Marine base, whatever it is. Okay. So now you've got like 1,000 people that are supporting them and that know about it and that know it exists and that help develop blah, 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 blah. So when one of these pieces of paper gets read, well, all of the work, all of the support, all of the logistics, all of the money, all the stuff that has gone into developing this and maintaining it and feeding all these people and housing all these people and protecting all these people goes out the fucking window. That's why it's a federal fucking crime. Because he had 11 boxes of documents that described shit like that. And anyone may know about it now. We literally, from the top down, probably have to redesign logistics through like 80% of our military and intelligence infrastructure now. That's why it's a federal crime. It's not a federal crime because we don't like Donald Trump, or we think he's mean, or we think he's orange, we think he's fat, or we think he's a piece of shit, or we think he's a fuckhead, we think he's a dick, or we think he has a small dick. It's because he just put a bunch of people in danger. It's because he just wasted a bunch of money. He just wasted a bunch of resources, and he just completely invalidated decades of work of tons and tons of Americans all over the world. Donald Trump took all of that work, fucking took a shit on it, put ketchup on it, threw it at the wall in Mar-a-Lago and said, suck on my tiny, shrunken, orange, flabby, wrinkled, sweaty nuts. That's why it's a federal fucking crime, and that's why you have to charge him.
Could not have said it better myself. Is it going to be a
shitstorm? Yeah, it's going to be a fucking shitstorm. It's going to be a huge fucking shitstorm when they charge him, and there's going to be more stochastic terrorism, but what else do? You can't let that go.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, let's take a look. Do we have any, Ethan, do you know if we've got anything on,
let me check.
So to those of you to those of you just joining us. So first of all, I would like to extend my sincerest appreciation to Joe and to Ethan for coming on tonight. It's been 4 hours that we've been streaming just about. We've been covering 2 elections, their primaries and or a special election, and sort of reasonably small, I suppose, under normal circumstances. The first was the Liz Cheney's Liz Cheney's primary in Wyoming, and it was to see whether or not she would be able to remain in office. She has lost that. That means that she will be out of office at the end of the year. This is something that the January 6th committee has known could happen to any and all of them. She is the 8th of the 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Trump that has now suffered some kind of penalty, either not being reelected or actually, I think they were all they all either lost their primaries or I don't remember. 8 of them are now. Okay. Retired. So and Trump has definitely been targeting them. So and he was positively giddy over her loss. At any rate. So we wanted to cover that. I think that they have also been aware that, of course, if the House flips, the Republicans have said they will shut down the committee. It doesn't matter that I think there's no interpretation of what they're doing, that no reasonable interpretation that could be anything other than it is probably some of the most important work that Congress has ever done in this nation's history. They will shut it down, and they've made that crystal clear. So this is not unexpected. She was down by 22 points last I had heard. Hagerman, was it? Again, yeah.
Hageman.
Hageman.
Harriet Hageman.
Harriet Hageman, thank you, has won that primary with 76% reporting, won by 65% to 31%. Cheney was actually very well liked and had very high numbers. She was probably guaranteed an extremely long career in Wyoming if she wanted it when she voted to impeach.
She said tonight, real quick, she said, I won last time with 73% of the vote. I could have done it again, but I told Donald Trump I wasn't going to support his lies about the 2020 election. And so I lost.
Yeah. Well, her numbers plummeted immediately after she voted to impeach. And they never recovered. They've gotten worse since the January 6th. So, And then the other one is Sarah Palin, who was on the ballot twice in Alaska. She's on the ballot both for the Republican primary for the House seat, and she's also on the special election for that same House seat. Whoever wins the special election basically becomes their representative overnight and will fill out the rest of the term through the November election and through the end of this congressional session. And then if they also happen to win in the primaries and in the general election, that same person can hold on to their office. If somebody else gets elected, that person is out. So there's a special election that's going to start working immediately and work out through the rest of the year as the representative from Alaska. And there is a primary for the Republicans. Sarah Palin is on both those tickets. She could win twice tonight. She could win once. She may lose all together. So we figured since we're going to be covering the Wyoming vote and Cheney, we figured would stay on for Palin. There's something about it that just seems. I worked on the Obama campaign. I worked at the primary level. I was in Connecticut. I was invited to go to Chicago. My wife was pregnant at the time, and I was just like, "Oh, listen. Obviously, I love you. I'm going to be the supportive husband. And how could I be any more supportive than by making sure that Obama gets elected? I mean, come on." So we kind of tried to use the same argument. We got tickets to one of the inaugural bowls, and I was just like, "Come on, how many times?" And she's like, "Oh, so I'm going to be like 9 months pregnant going through D.C." And I was just like, "You make it sound like it's going to be a hard thing," but anyways. It was an inaugural bowl. I don't think even Ethan's going to back my play on that one. But at any rate, so where was I going with that? Oh, yeah, I remember. I was delighted. It was actually very difficult to say that I wasn't going to go to Chicago. But when McCain announced that Palin was his vice presidential running mate, oh, dear Lord, to go to Chicago, it's over. Like, it is over. So it's just very weird after she imploded. She imploded on Fox News. Even they thought she was a joke for the longest time. Here she is back. She's going to give Michelle Bachmann a run for her money on the I thought Marjorie Taylor Greene, as cray-cray as she is, in my view, and maybe we should do a poll on this. We'll do a poll next time the two of you are on. Who's nuttier, Marjorie Taylor Greene or Michelle Bachmann? Bachmann wins it, in my view.
Bachmann is nuttier.
Yeah. But again, what did I say earlier about politics? You never say someone's gone for good, because you just never know. And this is exactly why, right? Is that you think someone's done, they're a wacko and they're out there and they're gone and they're never come back, but you don't fucking know. No one fucking knows.
I did not. I honestly, last poll I saw had Palin winning. I just really, it's of all the things to add to this mix, and my instincts are to say that this is all just lulz and she's going to be irrelevant and she's going to be, because the party has kind of moved off of her brand of crazy. But on the flip side, I've made predictions like that before and been dead wrong. So it's just like, okay, we're just going to add a pinch of Palin to the mix and see what happens. I was like, this is a recipe for nitroglycerin.
So, I'd like to make an announcement.
Please.
I have on Twitter just been told that someone said, you probably love being a beta cuck make.
Beta
now,
cuck,
I think they meant beta cuck male, but they put K instead of L, and so it says beta cuck make. And guys, I think I do love being a beta cuck make. I think I really do like being a beta cuck make a lot, actually. And I'm really kind of proud of being a beta cuck make.
I will cop to that because I don't know what a make is. But
me either. But I like it. It just it goes well to beta cuck make. Like, I like that. Like, that could be beta cuck make could be like a band name. Like, if I ever start a new band, we're going to be the beta cuck makes.
I I'm curious to. I've had my fair share of trolls, but you seem to really trigger some people, and I would like to know why that is, because this is.
We have another statement from the former president. If you'd like me to read it.
Please, I would be delighted.
Okay, but first you have to guess.
Cheney.
First, you have to guess who it's about.
It's either gonna be about Cheney. My first guess will be Cheney.
Joe, who do you think it's about?
It's got to be. It's probably about Crooked Hillary, right? Or Sleepy Joe. It's got to be one of those two.
So actually, there's two, and they're both about Liz Cheney. So here we go.
All right, hold on. One of them is going to be why she's a loser and why this country has been made so much better by her being gone and all the patriots. And I think there's got to be another one, and I'm going to kick myself for not being able to think about what the other one would be, but that's going to be one of them.
That's
my
really
guess.
obvious one.
Yeah.
There's a really obvious one.
I'm tired, so I'm going to kick myself one night, but
Okay, well, here's the first one. From your beta cuck Ethan. I can't even say it right. But beta cuck. It's like a tongue twister. All right, first one. Beta cuck. Oh, I love that. I assume that with the very big Liz Cheney loss, far bigger than had ever been anticipated.
For fuck's sake.
I don't know what. The January 6th Committee of Political Hacks and Thugs will quickly begin the beautiful process of dissolution.
I
This
didn't
was
realize
a
he was
referendum
psychotic
on the
too.
This was a referendum on the never-ending witch hunt. The people have spoken. That was number one.
Well, yay.
Sorry, I have tears in my eyes right now over beta cuck. I can't get over it. I love it so much.
You can't.
I can't get over how much I love that. Liz Cheney's uninspiring concession speech in front of a tiny crowd in the great state of Wyoming focused on her belief that the 2020 presidential election was not, despite massive and conclusive evidence to the contrary, rigged and stolen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Okay, it was rigged and stolen. Okay, good.
Right. And by the way, not the word "and," but an ampersand. And rigged and stolen are both capitalized. So it was really rigged. Ampersand, really
it was
stolen.
Super rigged and super stolen. Okay.
It was, and that's not even counting the fact that many election changes in numerous states were not approved by state legislatures, an absolute must. Liz Cheney is a fool who played right into the hands of those who want to destroy our country! Exclamation point.
What bothers me, there's a lot of things that bother me, so I guess I really
I was going to say, there's only one?
Yeah. No, but it's like, you look at him, you listen to him, you don't need to be an educator to realize that he speaks at the 12-year-old level. And I'm sitting there going like that. Okay, that's the level. I've got experience in this. That's the level I'd ballpark his speech in. And you can see him. He's just like, everybody knows this and this. And then he keeps adding what he thinks is going to strengthen the argument. And it may or may not. But if any of it had been true, it just started with it. Instead, he's like building it up. And he's just like, oh, if I toss this claim in and this claim in and this claim, everybody knows that it was stolen. And we had these other problems too. And it's just like, yeah, you'd have already, you're just making this shit up as you go.
And the loss was not bigger than it had been anticipated. They were expecting a 50-point loss, and she's down right now 36 points.
Well, and does it
about in line?
It's I mean, listen, it was a week ago where he he's at the golf course, he hits the ball, and then he gets into the thing. He's like, oh, you think Biden could hit it like that? He's 12 years old. The guy is something happened to him at 12 years old. Maybe that was when he got sent away to boarding school. I don't know what it was.
That's probably what it was.
He is stuck at that emotional spot. This is Psychology 101. I learned that in Psych. I literally learned that in Psych 101. I understood everything I needed to understand Trump in Psych 101, and it's I feel like half the country's gaslighting the other half of the country. Like, it's like, oh no, he knows what he's doing, and he's really got those liberals worked up. I was like, yeah. Do you have any idea how much you're being played by this? Obviously, I think to some extent they do. We had that discussion prior, and they're just okay with it because, he says the things that they want to say. He says he does the things that they want to do, and they would all love to be the president who stood up afterwards and took a piss on Obama's desk and all this other crap.
Right, and they played off like, oh, I love how he makes liberals mad. Well, he doesn't really make us mad. We mock him. We ridicule. We think he's an idiot. We don't. Right. It's not like, oh, he makes me so mad. We think he's dumb. Because he comes off as a dumb person, as a person that lacks intelligence and social intelligence, I guess.
And I sound more like a conservative because of this guy. Because I'm sitting here defending values that I thought were conservative values. I was just like, aren't you guys like the Law and Order crowd?
Well, they think they are.
Well, I think they're pro law and order so long as, it's like when he was, the big thing for me, and we've talked about this on occasion, was when we did the show on Pinochet level tactics. They are literally picking up protesters off the streets, bagging them, and then taking them to a court with no record, no receipt they were ever there. They don't get their phone call. They don't get anything. They get released, and there's no evidence the government ever had them. And that's Pinochet. That's how Pinochet started. He started with drug dealers. He was doing it to drug dealers, drug lords, and really cleaning up that country, man. And by the way, the tactics weren't good when he was doing it to drug lords. And that would be their first pickup. And then the second pickup, they'd put you on a plane and throw you out at 30,000 feet. So that you got picked up by the government twice under Pinochet. And it's like, okay, so Trump is doing these tactics, and what Pinochet did was he's like, well, these are bad people, and they were objectively bad people at the time. But then, an editor in a newspaper says, well, you really shouldn't be doing this stuff. And it's like, oh, if you question my authority, I can't do my job anymore, and I can't save this country. So the editor goes out the door at 30,000 feet. And it's like it's a very quick, slippery slope to what defines an enemy of the state. And I'm sitting there going like, how is it me, the fucking liberal, having to tell conservatives this? Their standard bearer caused all of them to drop 30 IQ points.
I remember, I want to say it was Rumsfeld. You may remember better than I do. And he was misusing clear and present danger. Do you remember this? This is like 2000, had to have been 2002, 2003.
I know he did misuse it. I don't remember any particular, but
I'm trying to remember what the context was. But he was using clear and present danger. And for those that don't know, clear and present danger, that's a very specific term. A clear and present danger is like a nuclear missile is heading at your face. It's a clear and present danger. And I'm pretty sure the way in which he used it was like, we have to go into Iraq because they present a clear and present danger. Well, no, they don't present a clear and present danger. Because Iraq is not like marching down the streets in New York City firing Gatling guns at children, because that's a clear and present danger.
Well, they could have, listen, if Iraq had doubled the number of rubber bands on their Scud missile launchers, they might have been able to. So, right. I mean, I understand the threat, but please continue.
Sure. But that's like the first time I remember it starting. And, I was in my early 20s. So there was other stuff before that I just wasn't old enough to, properly conceive of. And it has morphed and evolved into what we have now. But I distinctly remember talking to a friend of mine in college, like, that's not what a clear and present danger is. Clear and present danger is like a clear and it's present because it's literally in front of you. It's literally like bullets whizzing past your head are a clear and present danger. And the reason a clear and present danger is something that has to be confronted immediately with full lethal force as fast and as hard as you can possibly confront it, because you have to stop it right now. And I don't remember if it was Afghanistan or Al Qaeda or Iraq. Like, I don't remember what the context was. I just remember one of them, Rumsfeld or Cheney or somebody, saying that they were a clear and present danger, and it pissing me off because I'm like, no, they're not. They're not a clear and present danger.
We'll have you talk to Commander McMillan. He'll know. He briefed Rumsfeld.
He would know. He would.
Yeah.
know.
Oh, yeah. He's been sort of a regular for a while. We're very lucky to have him. He staged the Iraq War out of CENTCOM for the Fifth Fleet, and he was in charge of all of that. And he was he was conservative, very big military guy, and he talked. The first time we had him on, he was talking about staging the war and how he had actually gotten they had figured out what he did in logistics. They had basically prefabricated cities. They had prefabricated anything you need. Twice a year, they'd pick a random environment on the planet, the Arctic, the tundra, whatever, and they'd build a station there. And they had 6 weeks to do it. And they would have to be fully functioning, operational. You'd have to deal with all the logistical problems. You'd be able to get people food, shelter, whatever was needed. And they could build a port that could actually hold, and refuel American ships, because they're big and that's very hard to do. And he was taking a look at it, and he said, "Okay, we'll be up and running in about 6 weeks." And then the higher up said, "No, we're not going to do this. We have to wait." And it's like, "Well, you guys said that we want this built quickly, and and this is what we've trained for." And 2 days later, he gets and actually, I'm sorry, I was confusing. No, I was not confusing Rumsfeld. He gets a letter from Cheney that says, "You're not going to talk about this again. We've got this under control." And he's just like, "I shouldn't be getting direct letters from the White House. There's a chain of command." And he had briefed the White House. He knew who they were. And it turned out that the reason was because Halliburton was going to build it. And then he said, "No, you can't do that, because Halliburton's going to take 6 months to build it, and they'll build it wrong. They've never built one of these things before, and they've never built it while being shot at."
3 more months.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what it did. It took 6 months, and he was just like, he'd trained his entire life to do it in 6 weeks. And he was and he talks about all the logistics and what happened. And he went sort of from being I think much more conservative to being much more liberal based on that. We've had him on a lot. He is as liberal now, I think, as they come. But yeah, he's and I still want to have a long chat with him about what it's like being in the same room with Cheney. I have to believe you're scarred on like your soul, just like there's something that's like being stabbed with that dagger in like a Vorpal blade or something. You never recover from the wound. But anyways, he'll know.
In other news, I just retweeted John Bolton praising Liz Cheney. So I need about 4 showers.
Yeah.
What I don't like about John Bolton, I've never, and there's a lot not to like about John Bolton, but he strikes me as like a beta cuck cupcake kind of guy. And I just like, Bolton, oh dear Lord. I don't think that's a mustache. I think something just died on his face and he just left it there because, oh, Jesus, I don't.
Well, Dick Cheney probably shot something in the face. Wait, go ahead.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. We think about it. Things have gotten bad when, and it's specifically for someone like Trump. My God. When John Bolton has more integrity than you done.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we are looking to John Bolton saying,
Bolton.
"Oh my God."
John Bolton, by the way, for those who don't know, a week and a half ago, John Bolton literally just said on TV, well, that's not how you orchestrate a coup in a foreign country, because I've done a bunch of them. And everybody was like, well, yeah, we knew that, John Bolton, because you're a piece of shit. We've always known. It's nice to know that you can just admit it on national television now. Yeah, I've orchestrated a bunch of coups, and they did it wrong. And everybody's like, he did. He said that on national television. Okay, well, all right. You can just say that shit now, I guess. That's where we're at.
Well, I think the quiet part out loud, there isn't a quiet part anymore. I think that's the thing that's changed most is the saying, well, he said the quiet part out loud. That doesn't mean anything anymore. There's no such thing as the quiet part. The quiet part has been obliterated in this country. Oh, dear Lord. Which there's some pluses to that.
Something that happened earlier. What was it that there was something, and I retweeted. I'm just like, okay. What was it?
All right. Well, what I think we're going to do is, I think we don't know how long it's going to take in Alaska. Now, what I'm seeing for, let's see, for Alaska at-large special, it says most polls have closed. This is odd because my understanding, now it may be that some polls were held late, which good for them, frankly. But my understanding was Anchorage was the last, and it closed at 8 p.m. local time. That was midnight here. So what I think I'm going to do is hold us out for another maybe 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. If we don't have any indication the polls have closed and no idea as to when data is going to start coming in, I think we will end it there, if that sounds good to you, gentlemen, who have been very good about staying for the whole show.
I'm actually going to head out now, man. I'm getting
all right.
Yeah, I haven't spoken much in the last few minutes because I've been, like I said, I'm doing work stuff. And
all right, thank you so much for coming, Joe.
Good hanging, and Ethan, good meeting you. And
same to you, buddy.
What is your actual YouTube channel?
YouTube.com/progressive liberal.
It's been dropped a few times in live chat, and I will send it to you on Discord or Messenger.
I got it here.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, because I'm good. I supposed to describe, because when people have dropped all the other things, Twitter and Twitch and all the other things, and they didn't drop the YouTube thing. At least
one of his best episodes, though, I think was a discussion he had on with a brilliant guy about the best Star Trek episodes.
Anyway, so the other day I was thinking about.
Oh, come on, Duet. I stand by that. I stand by Duet.
We had a lot of fun talking Star Trek.
We're
going to talk more Star Trek. I have more Star Trek content coming, by the way.
That's cool.
Spoiler.
And I can tell you're a good person because you understand what I understand about the Abrams verse.
Okay, that's true. I wanted to say this real quick before you leave. Red Letter Media, that's my favorite YouTube channel. If you've never watched them, you should go look at them. But Mike Stoklasa from Red Letter Media said, when you think about Spock, you think about like the magnet that sat on somebody's fridge. You don't think about Spock like getting angry and punching somebody in the face repeatedly while screaming, you motherfucker. That's
that's not
Abrams. Spock is like, what, who is this person wearing a blue uniform with pointy ears? You're not Spock.
Well, that's the thing. Like I said, for me, as a young mixed race kid growing up in the early 70s,
sure,
and feeling not welcome in either community,
right?
That Spock was like, oh, he's like me, he's at half of this and half that, and he doesn't fit anywhere. But on that ship, he's home, the one place in all the universe where he's home, and so I identify with that. And then when they're like, yeah, fuck all that shit, you just go fuck your whore and all that, and like,
why Star Trek: The Motion Picture is the best Star Trek movie, because
he
figures out in that movie, because he figures out in Star Trek: The Motion Picture that where he belongs is the Enterprise.
Okay, so we've been talking revolution or civil war or something going on in the U.S. We've been talking about tectonic changes in politics. The hill this man is going to die on, I swear to God, is that the first Star Trek movie was the best one ever made.
Yes.
I guess I'll say this. I don't think it's the best one ever made, but I think it's vastly underrated. I think it's way better than people give credit for the reason you said. Because then he realizes...
I didn't say it was the best movie in the Star Trek franchise. I said it's the best Star Trek movie ever made.
Okay, well...
I didn't say it was the best movie that ever had Star Trek on it. I said it was the best Star Trek movie ever made.
You could argue it's the only Star Trek movie ever made if you wanted to.
Well,
if you want to get that narrow on the terminology.
Star Trek 4 is the best movie that has the Star Trek name on it.
I would still argue. I would still go for Wrath of Khan. That's my favorite.
No, Wrath of Khan's just a Marvel movie.
Actually, one thing I love. Well, a couple of things.
Well, if we can fight, you want to fight?
Yeah.
See, the thing is that for one, and this is something again where that J.J. Abrams
shield there. Sorry, there was a technical difficulty. I think we're clear on technically there.
There are tactics and strategy to the space battles. There's not just charge the other guy and just launch everything.
But supervillains don't belong in Star Trek. And Star Trek 2 was just a retelling of the original TOS episode.
I don't think it's retelling.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's kind of...
I think it's built on it. Actually, Steve Shives did a really good video on it recently.
Well... I saw it. It wasn't that great of a video, but I'm saying that Star Trek 2 is banal. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's banal. It's kind of meh.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. I think I'm going to call it. I think we are done for the night. Thank you all. Joe, I think you had wrapped up, but I also want to make sure that we give Ethan a chance to wrap up. Any final words? So,
yeah, kids, I got a message for you. It's from your old pal Ethan. Hold on, let me make sure you can see me. Can you see me all right?
Yep, you're good.
Better than we might have wanted to. I had to, sorry.
Well, hold on. Let me. I'm sorry. We just gotta. And now, the beta cuck cupcake with his final thoughts.
So, this morning, I was shaving my nipples and drinking my soy milk. Because that's what my girlfriend's boyfriend makes me do, you know. And I was thinking about all the times that I've cried about, you know, my plushies and how I've cried about just how much life hurts. And all the times that I've wept to myself about how I wish that there were more puppies. And all the times that I've thought that, you know, life would be better if we could all just hug and cry sometimes and drink our soy milk as beta cupcakes. And my girlfriend's boyfriend. I'm sorry, I was sneezing. My girlfriend's boyfriend came into the room and yelled at me because I wasn't wearing my maid uniform yet. And as I was putting on my G-string, I was thinking about the life that we all live, and how we're all a little bit the same. We're all a little bit different, but we're all a little bit the same. We all cry. We all have plushies. We all drink soy milk. We all shave our nipples. Oh, sorry, I was sneezing. And
God.
In that way, we're a lot like Donald Trump. And I think... And I wanted to share that moment with you, and anyway, he is telling me that I have to go.
All right. So, well, I appreciate telling. Thank you for letting you come on,
Chad. A moment, please.
The beta cuck show.
I know you're gonna flog me. Hold on. I know you're gonna flog me. I get it. I see the flog. Okay, Chad. All right. 2 minutes. I'm sorry. He gets.
Yeah. Oh.
You know,
yeah, well,
he's a real man, so, you know, he's allowed to call me that.
All right. All right. Thank you all once again, Joe. Was there anything that I didn't cut you off there? I just want to make sure that you had wrapped up. And
by the way, follow me on Twitter at ProLibShow and
definitely
on Twitch TV.tv. Ethan Plays Live.
He gets the aggressive trolls. Follow him on Twitter. You'll see that they can't spell. They can't spell,
No,
which is
they can't spell.
But
they cannot spell.
They're aggressive. There's something about him triggers. All right.
It's the hair. It's literally why I bleach my hair. But
right. So thank you all for joining us. Tomorrow we will have Zandring and I will be discussing the so-called fair tax, a new sort of consumption tax proposal. Not new, it's been around for a while, but it's been slowly gaining traction over time. Then on Thursday, we will have Commander McMillan on, and for off time, we will be doing another casual hang. Those have been working out beautifully. At some point, we're going to try to fit in an overtime rundown, because you may have noticed that there's a couple of things going on in the world. Thank you all for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Good night.
And down with the fair tax.
Yep, and there you go. Night all.